What's green and rhymes with I don't know what? Lincolnshire, here it is. I try to think of something that rhymes with Lincolnshire. Welcome one and all. It's round 2 of the Champions of the Future Academy Programme UK Series. We are here in the heart of the United Kingdom at the home of British karting. That is set to play host to that second and halfway point of the season for our minis, juniors and seniors. The weather on a knife edge, but the sun this morning did shine a little bit. The track was slightly greasy, but we are back with a dry circuit here around this majestic circuit that was built back in 1994. It's had track upgrades since then. It's been extended to 1,382 metres. There you can see a little look at the wind, the broken clouds, the 14 degrees seed. The wind is very low. It's actually quite a calm day. I would say a little bit better than yesterday. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the box. Nicole, what did you think of that intro?
It's absolutely terrible, to be honest, but I did think of something that rhymes. Atmosphere.
Atmosphere?
And there's a good atmosphere out there for our drivers as they go to head out on the Paul Fletcher International Circuit for the second day of competitive action here this weekend at the second event of the Champions of the Future Academy Programme UK Series, where we will be marking the halfway point of the championship.
If that's not a sign that I do these intros live, I don't know what isn't, but there you go. But no, brilliant stuff. Right, here is your first race, of course, as we were talking about earlier on. The three classes, the juniors, minis and the seniors, and here the juniors are up first. If you joined in yesterday, quite the final that we saw, which saw Louis Radcliffe take the race win ahead of Sukhmani Kira and Andy Stewart. But in this one today, a complete turnaround in the grid, but no change of the pole sitter. The pole sitter yesterday, the pole sitter today. Harley Musk back on P1.
Yeah, really good stuff by Musk so far, pace-wise, but maybe was a bit of out of luck yesterday in the racing. Of course, had a DNF that I would say cost him a bit of a final result in our last race of the day, where we saw Louis Radcliffe take a final lap victory, with Sukhmani Kira and Andy Stewart being inside of your top 3 like we just went over there, Anthony. Fred Wood had a good day yesterday, his first appearance in the Champions of the Future Academy Programme. But your qualifying session earlier on has set Musk up directly against Wood, with Radcliffe and Kira inside of your top 4 as well. So all of those drivers, like we were seeing inside the top 5 for the final yesterday, will be in the sharp end going into qualifying. As everybody looking to try and wake up early doors, that's Fraser Glasby, one of your media members out there on the track, I'm sure doing some editing out there on his phone.
Yes, indeed. Looks like he's already given up for today a little bit there. Right, there's the rest of your field. Some shots further down. There is Devon Titz, one of the 2 Mercedes junior drivers in this grid, and of course joined by other drivers, Alpine junior drivers, and of course you've got the Aston Martin junior driver for Ava Lawrence out there. Other drivers as well too. Keep an eye on this one. Well, Freddie Wood, very quick yesterday in that final. Did just miss out on those top spots with a P4. However, today, back on that front row of the grid, could be a true contender out there.
Yeah, camera just flashed on the other Mercedes young junior driver of Manny Nuvolini there. Manny looked momentarily quite strong in time qualifying. Yesterday in your final actually looked really good halfway through the race. Is here in his first appearance at the Paul Fletcher International Circuit, but definitely not his first appearance with the Champions of the Future Academy Programme, of course, in 2025. Was a huge contender in the International Series, fell slightly short in the end of things against the likes of Connor Clancy, who was your champion in that series last year, but he's now taking a new test on a new circuit against new names in your field.
Indeed, the field primed and ready. The temperature is up, 14 degrees, broken cloud, but it is a beautiful day to go racing, and the blue sky trying its level best of trying to break its way out. First race of the day is moments away. The yellow light flashing on the pre-grid to indicate we've got about seconds before this field heads out, and there is that whistle. It is the first race of the day. OKN Junior qualifying Heat 1 to head out onto the circuit. Here is your starting lineup. Harley Musk back on pole position after a P1 yesterday in that time qualifying. Freddie Wood joins on the front row of the grid. Final winner yesterday, Louis Radcliffe, and final winner from Silverstone on that second row of the grid. We'll be joined by Sukhmani Kira, who came away with her first podium yesterday. Row 3, Lucian Smith and Harry Radcliffe go from row number 2. Much better qualifying there for Harry. See what he can do. Try and close in on the fellow Radcliffe name. Row 4 sees Alessandro Salas and Colby Patterson. Row 5, Ava Lawrence and Max Boshoff with Benjamin Poulsen and Manny Nuvolini on row number 6.
Row number 7 sees Lorenzo Succhetto alongside Johnston Stewart, the younger of the Stewarts duo that are in this OKN junior class. 8th row sees Andy Stewart, Johnston's older sister, alongside Devon Titz. And from row number 9 we see Joseph Davies and Enzo Stambau, the Italian-American. 10th row, your top 20 is Leo Livings with Ashay Nagura. 11 rows in total, 22 karts, and it's Ollie Brunt and Cecil Courts that finish things.
Lucian Smith.
As Lucian Smith there has not managed to get off of the grid. He's there with a team of mechanics who now look to push that kart into life. It does fire up, and he will now have to try and get back into that grid spot, which of course for Smith will be on that 3rd row.
Yeah, but something tells me that's not going to happen. Is only going under the bridge now with the front runners where he would be, currently going around and in towards hairpin number 2. So quite far off the back. I'm sure he'll have to settle for a back of the pack start here, which is a bit of a shame. There was another kart there going very slowly at the back of the field. Possibly Joseph Davis, which actually on my screen here, Nicole, doesn't look to be out on circuit.
Yeah, not seeing Joseph Davies' name clock up just yet. Davies starting further behind on that 9th row of the grid as Smith now does try desperately to get back to the field, but he'll of course have a disadvantage. Didn't complete 2 formation laps, will have colder tyres than the rest of your drivers out there as Freddie Wood and Harley Musk look to line the field up.
Benjamin Poulsen is the other driver who has not been able to catch up to the pack. So let's wait and see what happens then as we enter out of the final turn and into those tram lines. It is not lights out. It is a false start and they go round again. So we have to wait just that little bit longer. And crucially, it gives the drivers behind to get a bit more time.
Yeah, saving grace there for Smith to get back into position, with the same for Poulsen to try and pull something together to start in that qualifying spot. So, gives us an opportunity to take you through yesterday's final. Of course, Louis Radcliffe took his 2nd final win of the 2026 season. Colby Patterson took one out at Silverstone, but he was not inside of the top 3 yesterday. It was Kira and Stewart that were both on the podium for the Discover Your Drive initiative. So good results for those 3. But I would say, you know, podium could look quite different today. Freddie Wood, to me, is one of those drivers that could jump onto that, as does Lucian Smith. So, final opportunity for these drivers to get themselves into life this morning. As trying to look at Smith, he has, yes he has, he's got himself back into that position on that 3rd row.
He certainly has, so that's good to see then as we get ourselves ready to go. It's such a lovely day that race director Dan Ashton, he's got the shirt out, there it is, primed and ready. The collar's up, he's ready to go. Right then, towards the tram lines, we wait to see, are we racing or are we having another false start? We'll have to wait and see as we're into the tram lines. It is lights out and fights on then in the OKN Juniors towards turn 1. Good side-by-side start then for the front runners. They all get through. Little wide on the outside there for Lawrence. Brings it back in, but no real drama nonetheless. Up the banking they go. In towards the Litchfield Bridge for the first time. It's a strong getaway for the field, but crucially, it is still Musk that leads the way. Action in the background. You can see how the Discover Your Drive Initiative drivers trying to push through. There, though, was Lucian Smith after that dramatic start, is already trying to gain places here.
Ava Lawrence trying to make up some positions, but also going to defensive there into the 2nd hairpin. Into and down towards Bobby Game these drivers will go. No change inside of your top 3, but Louis Radcliffe absolutely on the door now on Freddie Wood. There is Lucian Smith being followed very closely by the Alpine junior driver of Sukhmani Kira. Your final winner, your final podium sitter from yesterday. Out of the final corner, these drivers will go to complete their 1st lap of racing. As now there is that switch-off position between Smith and Kira. Musk, Wood, Ratcliffe. They're your trio at the front heading around the bowl. No change between those three drivers. Absolutely wheel to wheel, bumper to bumper as we go off of the Litchfield Bridge and run all of that exit curb, as these drivers are absolutely on the limit with all of the grip that's being laid out there, as Mani Nuvolini instantly tries to park the bus to fend off Boschov.
Yeah, indeed, doesn't get through. Ashe Nagura is the latest driver to see a 5-second time penalty. That will be added on at the end of the race. This is your front runners. Well, Sukmani Kira finding the pace here. Nicole is closing in on Radcliffe, Wood and Musk. We still lead the way. The top 6, no change for them now. They're back in their original qualifying positions as they sweep through the Mike Wilson complex and back onto the start-finish straight. The lovely run down towards the Bruno Ferrari S's, where they'll reach their top speed in the juniors, probably at around about maybe 100 kilometres an hour or so into that turn. Very quick indeed. These drivers now back down the hill. Sukmani Kira, fastest driver out there. She's loving the slipstream. She's loving the toe. And will she get those positions on these next couple of laps? We'll have to wait and see.
Good on the brake there by Kira into the first hairpin. Of course, approach to that corner is faster than your second hairpin because of the long run off of the bridge, as Freddie Wood is now overtaken by Louis Ratcliffe and Kira as well. Kira then uses Ratcliffe to open up that door, and she jumps through into the top 3 as well. So now we're seeing these changes inside of your top 6. Actually, a lap ago, there was no promotion for anybody inside your top 6, but this is the stage in the race that it looks to start to light up, and actually looks to release Carly Musk out there in the front. He's being given a bit of Grantham real estate for the time being, as Louis Ratcliffe goes on the defence to Kira. Kira goes on the wider line through the bowl and will absolutely set it up to go onto the Litchfield Bridge and take the position.
Indeed, you got so excited there, Nicole. You threw your phone on the floor. Right, down towards hairpin 1. Side-by-side action here. Radcliffe, Wood, Smith all trying to get involved now. Kira holding on to second place, so she's now leading that train. However, it is Musk that has broken away by 0.8 of a second. This is good for him after a tough day yesterday for Musk, Nicole. Really quick in the time qualifying, but those races and the final, of course, didn't go his way.
No, not at all. Of course, one of his qualifying heats was actually disqualified for an incident out there with Colby Patterson. So we'll now today be looking to improve on those results. We'll be looking for a podium once more. Into the first corner, these drivers will be going. Actually, I was talking to Mani Nuvolini earlier on in the day. Anthony was saying that point in the circuit for him actually makes him a little bit nervous. It's super fast under there, it's bumpy, you've really got to control the kart, make sure you don't experience any slide. He said it's really unique. He's not experienced a corner like that before, despite how many international circuits he's driven.
Yeah, indeed. And again here, these drivers focusing then on this midway point of the race. This is that important part now where you've got to really think about pushing forward, being consistent with your times. And we are seeing that now from these drivers here. Musk, though, still in control. Further down in the field, still some decent battles happening. There is Johnson Stewart. Has got the likes of Enzo Stambaugh for company. Good to see Enzo all okay. Had a big hit with the tyre barriers yesterday in that final. Caught out in towards the Mike Wilson complex.
Yeah, after Bobby Gamey was just pushed out slightly wide, became a victim in a different incident, and it cut the rest of his weekend short. So this is the stage in the race where the LeCont tyre really starts to come to life for these drivers. These drivers will be starting to get a better feel for the kart, and I think that's helping some names out there like Devon Titz. Devon Titz now inside of the top 10, 6 places gained for the young German Mercedes junior driver, who's on not only just his first race in the UK, but his first junior race in career to date. Really good stuff for him so far this weekend. You know, well inside the sharper end of your field, making up some good positions and some good pace, even right from the very first practice.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, that is one good thing that you see from some drivers. They can just jump from class to class. They can just jump straight in, take to it like a duck to water and push forward. Some driver takes them a race or two just to get used to the different style, and of course the big jump from the cadet, and the minis up to the juniors. In fact, much bigger kart, completely different style of racing. So to be able to make that jump and be quite quick, it's actually quite impressive.
He actually, made me laugh a little bit this morning. He said racing these juniors is nothing like racing a mini grid. He said they're really aggressive compared to what I'm used to. The karts are, of course, a lot bigger. Devin is probably actually the smallest driver out there on the field as well. So bigger physical test for him as well, I'm sure, compared to anything else that he's ever experienced. And a test on the tyre as well. Getting used to the LeCont, getting used to the way it performs, the way it gets bedded in lap after lap. Focus once more, though, on the sharper end of your field. This is the Fred Wood versus Sukhmani Kira fight for P2. So it is Wood back into that second position spot where he started from, as Musk looks over his shoulder and probably gauges that he's got a nice, sizable gap there out in the front. It's the second that Musk leads from.
Yeah, indeed. This is a really comfortable position here. Can he keep that momentum up for the rest of the day today? Down the hill they go. And still Wood and Kira very close there. Any attempts? I thought so. Look very competitive there on the braking zone, did Sukhmani Kira.
Oh, Wood just popped a wheel slightly.
Yeah. Pushing hard in this phase, but not able to get the nose down the inside. The gap closed down once again to 9/10 of a second, though. Is this pace from these two actually now starting to look just that little bit quicker than Musk in the lead?
Yeah, Kira then through the first and second sector, she is faster than Freddie Wood, so she's got the pace to try and go for the move as the minis watch on eagerly as they head out for their first qualifying heat of the day a little bit later on. Last lap board is out. Last lap board has been seen first by Harley Musk, who's still got that gap, is now under a second, but I don't think within this first race of the day, Anthony Jordan, he's going to be caught.
No, indeed. Good run, though, for them. As they make their way down once again into hairpin number 1 on this last lap. Surely we could see something here from Kira, but I don't think she'll risk the move here. I think she'll be quite happy to settle for a third place at this stage of the day. Still looking in a very comfortable position. Of course, she was on pole for the final yesterday and managed to come away with that podium. So a very strong performance, but everyone else here seemingly just trying to push their way forward. Musk then out of the final corners. He's looking at another qualifying heat win to kickstart his day. Harley Musk then takes the first win of the Sunday. Wood finishes P2 from Kira. Smith in P4. Louis Radcliffe takes P5. Manny Nuvolini, that's a strong race there for Nuvolini. 6 places gained ahead of Harry Radcliffe. Max Boshoff from Colby Patterson. Andy Stewart with a 5-place gain pushes forward with Devon Titz. Then it's Ava Lawrence 12th from Lorenzo Sacchetto. Ashe Nagura from Johnson Stewart. Leo Livings, Benjamin Paulson, Enzo Steinberg, Alessandro Salas, Ollie Brunt, and Cecil Courtson. No Joseph Davis was out there for time qualifying. Not seeing him now. There is your full results on screen as the field make their way back to Parc Ferme. They'll get themselves squared away, checked over, make sure the weights are all above board, and they will see them out later on today for their second qualifying heat. Of course, for that'll be an exciting one to watch. You can watch that one on track 1 o'clock this afternoon. So make sure you stay focused on that one. Of course, we will see the minis and the seniors coming up next. And the minis certainly gave us some exciting racing yesterday. They certainly, I'm sure, we'll see some more exciting race today as through in towards Parc Ferme and over the weighbridge comes Harley Musk. And, of course, the first thing they'll do is just check the weight of everything. So first driver and then kart and driver included. Make sure they've got all the data that they need to make sure everything's staying true to where it needs to be. And right now, these drivers focused on one thing, and that is, making sure everything stays primed and ready for that second race later on. Here comes Harley Musk now over the weighbridge, all fine and clean then for him. A stick of damage there on the front, but nothing too dramatic for him. A cool, calm and collected race then for a Leicester flag for the number 24 machine. Everyone else there with a good result. For Freddie Wood, strong result, can't complain with that one. A P2, didn't gain, didn't lose any places. Sukhmani Kira, of course, a gain of 1 up to third. I'm sure we'll be happy with that one from the second row of the grid. Lucian Smith as well, I'm sure, is actually quite happy with that one after the technical problems at the very start of that race. Was able to still come away with a P4 with one position gained. Like we say, biggest mover in that race, two of them, Mani Nuvolini and Ashe Nagura. But of course, I do believe the pilot of the 22 machine did receive a 5-second yes, indeed. So Ashe Nagura would go backwards in the order, which is quite the shame on the official results. So change of positions there. There you can see the cloud cover here at PF International. And again, that is still just moving over us. No threat of rain in the air. It's just, I think, a lovely spring day today, with the temperatures actually being quite pleasant, 13, 14 degrees out there this morning. It was a wet track this morning. It did dry up before the first sessions went out for the warm-up, so they did go out on the slick tyres. But it was raining quite heavily last night here in Lincolnshire, and I could hear it on my hotel room window last night, so it was quite something for the drivers. Right then, let's head down to Parc Ferme, as there's a lovely cameraman there, and to Nicole Sutherland.
Harley Musk, of course, took the first qualifying heat win yesterday, now matches that this morning. Harley, good stuff there for you out there again. Same story as what we saw from your first qualifying heat yesterday. Yesterday, however, maybe didn't go your way despite the pace. Has that maybe changed the mindset going into today?
Yeah, hopefully I can win the final. That's what I'm more focused on.
And of course, going out then, you had a nice gap between yourself, Freddie and Sukmani. A gap like that, how do you manage it at a track like this?
I think I'm not going to get beaten. There's a gap.
Well, good to hear from you then, Harley. We'll see you later on in your next qualifying heat. That is the first qualifying heat of the day done. Now we'll go over to our minis.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Ferme. There are some of the hard-working marshals out on the track here this weekend. The fabulous Orange Army here at PF International. We couldn't thank them enough for their hard work and efforts over the course of this weekend, making sure the track stays nice and clear, ready for racing. So I take my PFI bucket hat off for them for a moment. Right then, as we say, more racing coming up. The Mini 60 qualifying Heat 1 of the day due to head out onto the track very, very soon. A reminder of what happened in that first qualifying heat yesterday. Chester Fawkes taking the win in that first qualifying heat yesterday. That was joined by Max Zadic, who took a P2. Now, we could see a very similar story to that one today. Max Zadic actually starting it on the front row of the grid from time qualifying. Yesterday, though, he had to make up 9 places to put himself in P2. So that has certainly changed things around, and he actually was the leader of the Mini 60 under-10s in that first stage. Ilyas Sami was third yesterday after getting 5 places. Noah Kronia, who ended up on the podium yesterday, finished P4 in that first race. Charles Clough as well, Bodie Batch finishing P6, and he was, of course, the final winner from yesterday. So we look forward to seeing how that one will transpire today. There on your screen is your drivers. There is Chester Fawkes. He's starting on the second row of the grid, just behind James Root. Charles Clough there, seated, suited and booted, ready to go. He will have the close company of Ilyas Sami just behind. Whistle blowing there. I think that is the 1 minute or the clear the grid sign that we will see, because mechanics giving the last words of encouragement then before the drivers fire up those engines and head out onto the circuit. There is Chloe McGill, one of the Discover Your Drive Initiative pilots in this one. A few positions behind that is Arshi Gupta, the youngest female Indian champion from India, and she joins us here in the 904 machine. Had a tough run in the warm-up. Thankfully, she was okay from that incident, but yeah, good to see, and hopefully the best in this one. 7 laps is this race. Yellow light flashing, indicating we've seconds to go before the Mini 60 qualifying Heat 1 fires up his engines and makes its way out onto the track. We are primed and ready to go then, with James Roots and Max Zanic starting on the front row of the grid. The pressure is on for the drivers behind to see what they can do here. Try and beat them to that all-important checkered flag. Mini 60, qualifying heat 1 then, makes its way out onto the circuit. Here's your full starting lineup then. James Roots and Max Zanic go from row number 1. I see Chester Fawkes and Alfie Davidson, row 2. Charles Clough and Josh Huska go from row number 3. There was Celia Sammy and Nurkanya on row number 4. Row 5, Mason Hibbert and Albert Poulsen back out the first half of the field.
Row number 6, part 2 of your grid, sees Austin Oman alongside Bodie Batch, your final winner from yesterday. 7th row is Chloe McGill alongside J.M. Prakash, one of your under 10 drivers. And from row number 8, Yusuf Addy here, of course, with the Fullerton backing. We'll start from that 8th row alongside Benjamin Schnavar. 9th row sees Archie Gupta with Oliver Woodall. 10 rows in total and 20 drivers to take you into this first Mini 60 qualifying heat of the day. Freddie Walker and Max Armitt being your final 2.
Indeed. Drivers on those formation laps as field makes their way through. Obviously, very busy day yesterday for the Minis, but today a brand new day for them. Brand new tyres, brand new timed qualifying, which put them into this order, which of course this time sees James Roots there fighting at the front. So again, looking forward to seeing what will transpire in this one. And with that change of order, maybe we see a different way this race will progress from yesterday.
Yeah, maybe so. And also looking at certain names starting further down, like Mason Hibbert, of course.
Yeah.
Hibbert, great success out at Silverstone, took final wins. Yesterday, however, it was not his day. It sort of crumbled and fell apart for Hibbert. But he's a driver that's got, you know, spectacular track knowledge around PFI. Comes from not too far from here. Home circuit from him, and will now be looking to get through the crowd ahead of him, like Sammy, Clough, Crone, Hushka and Alfie Davidson.
Yeah, indeed. Well, moments away from this race starting here, and it's going to be a busy day for the drivers on the back of the grid for this one. Max Armitt and Freddie Walker. Hopefully both of those drivers can push through this field, but a long way to go in this race, and it's the same for every single one of these drivers who have had a very challenging weekend so far. Hopefully today can shine a bit brighter for them. Right then, into the final sector now. We'll head to the tram lines. James Roots, Max Zanic on the front row of the grid. It's Great Britain versus Thailand here as we enter into the tram lines. Are the lights out? The answer is yes. Fights on in towards turn 1. Good start for the field then. Little bit feisty in the mid-pack there. But everyone crucially getting through unscathed and in towards the banking for the first time. Already you're starting to see that single train form there, Nicole. Everyone trying to get that slipstream, get that toe down the hill. But crucially, you're seeing the good getaway for James Roots. But there just behind, Chester Fawkes into second is already under pressure from Elias Sammy, who is fighting up there in those top running positions.
I think Max Varic was maybe caught half asleep at that race start. Has now dropped down to P5 and is now being pushed slightly wide onto that rumble strip as Dan Ashton, of course, will be looking at this top 6 that now head down to Bobby Game as the challenge for the race lead is absolutely on. Great stuff by Chester Fawkes, who gets himself again this weekend into that top spot. Absolutely gets his elbows out to James Roots, who now tumbles down the order, gets shuffled into the pack, and now has Austin Oman as the newest name on his back bumper.
This is what I talk about, getting kicked out of the train, kicked out of the slipstream train. You just fall down the field, and James Roots from first down to 6th place now that he's had to slot back into. Not the end of the world. Still a large train of karts there at the front of this field being led by Fawkes. Clough, Zadic, Sammy, Kronya, Roots and Hibbert still there as down the inside. Here's Charles Clough going for the move as Austin Oman. Unfortunately, picking up a 5-second. There's a bit of dramatics in the background, but crucially, everyone's still on 4 wheels.
Well, we've now seen the 4 at the front manage to break away because of that moment just then at that first hairpin as Austin Oman, 5-second penalty out for Oman. Oman, that's tough stuff for him because he was momentarily in the sharp end of the mix. He's now down in P10 as somebody has had a spill out there. That's the 8OT. Oh, it's Noah Crone. Noah Crone, who started at the front, was really fighting hard from when he started on that 4th row, will now have to be the driver right at the back of your field. Zvaric into the front. Zvaric then didn't have the race start that he would have wanted. Now looks to lose out on the race lead, but he's in the fight, not loses out on not just 1 position, but 3. And that just shows, these long sweeping corners that we have here at Paul Fletcher International, you quite commonly not just lose 1 position, but you get pushed out wide and then 2 or 3 come through, as this is the fight between Charles Clough, Sammy and Chester Fawkes.
Clough there, very adamant not to let anyone on that inside line. It was just the one manoeuvre though, so moved across to the inside, covered off Sammy, Fawkes and Zaric. Here's Zaric again to the inside of Fawkes, gets through into 3rd place into the Fullerton S's, and will keep hold of that one again. The change of direction there. Clough covers off Sammy, and now I thought Fawkes was going to try and go back down the inside there. It's a risky place to overtake there at the corner that is known by many as Garage into the Mike Wilson complex, and risky to get a move done there. Into the slipstream though, the fight is on, and still we see Clough and Sammy line astern now. They're trying to break away, but that's not going to happen too much longer. Sammy down the inside into the banking, and takes the lead of this race as they go over the Litchfield Bridge and down the hill once more.
I'm getting quite excited here, Anthony. Look at who's starting to arrive. Joss Hushka, previous lap miles quicker than the 4 ahead. It was a 4-kart battle, now make it 5. Now also potentially looks to be 6 because Bodie Batch, your winner from yesterday, is in this one. As quickly as they break away, they also catch back up as challenges and changes are now about to go on once more, and that's Charles Clough being pushed back as Zvaric and Chester Fawkes, as well as Joss Hushka, get their way through. Hushka, he's hardly been in the kart this year. Now he's looking at a top 3 within this first race.
Yeah, it certainly is. There now, Mason Hibbert getting the moves done, stepping his way through inside that top fight. So keep a close eye on him. Look at this long train here, Nicole. They're very close to each other right now, and the speed's ferociously fast as they head through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Once again, Josh Hushka there, down the inside on Zadic, now up to 3rd. Gets through there, closes in on Fawkes, closes in on Sammy, but it's Roots who's the fastest driver in 8th place, and that is in this fight here. Look at them all scrapping in the background as well. They can see that the front runners are fighting, means it gives them the green light to fight because they know they're not going to lose out in too much time. But if they did focus on pushing forward, they'd be right on this lead battle. They're actually not too far off. Zaric once again on the attack is defending from Hibbert, Clough, Roots, Batch, Davidson in there as well, wanting to recover back in this race.
Well, unique setup at the front. Your top 2, Sammy and Fawkes, both typically part of the DK Academy under the guidance of Danny Curler, a driver that took a World Championship win back in 2017 at this very circuit. Fawkes and Sammy have switched positions again and again, but now look to probably work together to hold off Joss Hushka there in P3, who's absolutely on the tail end of that duo. James Roots, of course, started as your pole sitter, as your man at the front. He's now been given a 5-second penalty, tries to, get something into the swing of things with the fastest lap, but Roots, it's just not gone his way so far. Currently sat down there in P5, but will look to miss out on quite a few positions. Will drop to around about P15 as it stands.
I would say he could potentially go down to the likes of P17 right now. Remember, he's right down in that field, and he had another second on a bit onto that one. He'd be right down into it, so needs to push forward here now, needs to latch onto this lead group and not fight with them. He needs to just open up a big gap as much as he can. Sammy in the lead then. Josh Hushka holding on to P2 under immense pressure though from Chester Fawkes there in 3rd. Over the line they go. And here we go in towards turn 1. Bruno Ferrari S's. Here comes Hushka onto the final lap. He's done it through. Beautifully done. Forks there tries to go through as well, can't quite do it. Sammy down the inside once again though, onto the Litchfield Bridge. But oh, here comes Hushka again, squeeze them both out. Through goes Forks. Brilliant stuff here for Chester Forks. Here comes Zanic as well. It's all kicking off now for these front runners. They're going to have to take us to the line here. It's Forks that leads then as they head down. James Roots is there in second, but he has got that 5-second time penalty. But unfortunately, he's got the entire pack of karts right behind him here. That 5 seconds will tumble him down the order. They're fighting for 4th place. That's Charles Clough, Zanic, Sammy and Hibbert. Oh, and round is that Hibbert. It is indeed Mason Hibbert out in the final sector. But to the start-finish line, Chester Forks has done enough here. Despite the turmoil, will take that first qualifying heat win across the line. James Root second, will not finish second. Unfortunately, that 5-second time penalty will tumble. Well, where will James Roots finish there? Well, luckily, he was right at the front there. He was only half a tenth of a second off Forks. But that will tumble him down all the way to about 12th place at the end of that one. That is a tough result there. Tough pill to swallow for James Roots. Josh Hushka then will be promoted to 2nd place and Charles Clough promoted to 3rd. But as the results stand at the moment, it is Forks who wins from Roots. Hushka in 3rd from Charles Clough. Max Zanic in the end of that one will settle for P5 ahead of Ilya Sammy. Alfie Davidson from Bodie Batch, a good race there, 4 places gained. Austin Omar 9th from Albert Paulson locking out the top 10. Oliver Woodall very strong there. He was on the podium yesterday in the Mini 60 under 10. 3rd fastest under 10 in this one. 7 places gained and in P11. So good race there. Yosef Addy rounding out the top 12 on a 3-place gain. Chloe McGill and Jan Prakash go from 13th to 14th. Hello. Benjamin Slavar, Archie Gupta, Max Armit rounding out the rest of the drivers who gained positions there. Noah Krohn, Mason Hibbert and Freddie Walker. Unfortunately, 18th, 19th and 20th for them. A very tough result. Quite a busy race in that one. I can imagine there may be a fair few nose cones, and I think we may have just seen one there as well already. Was that James Roots in the 805? If he's got a nose cone, that's another 5 seconds added on top to his in-race 5 second. Oh, that would tumble him right out of contention in that race. And if that is the case, that is such a shame for the pole sitter. The only good thing that he can come away with from that one is that he's back on pole for the 2nd of those qualifying heats later on after the first break. So hopefully they're back to the drawing board and just think what he wants to do in that race. Out of the field there comes Chester Forks, race winner from that one. Good start to the day for Forks. He missed out on the podium yesterday. 4th by only, just under 0.2 of a second behind Noah Kronia. So he's hoping today, a new day, to put himself back on a potential podium spot later on today. And he started that day very well indeed to do that. Josh Hushka as well. Josh Hushka, really good run there. 6th on the grid to finish that one in P3. A strong drive. Was a 2nd off the back of Chester Forks, but it really did open up there in that final few laps in the Mini 60s. So quite the dramatic little race we've had for the Minis today. And of course for this one, it's the last point scoring day before the halfway point of the championship this year, of course, when we head to Lark Hall in a few weeks' time, and then, of course, to Wilton Mill, and entries are still open for that one. Right, let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, Anthony Jordan, you just called him across the line. Chester Fawkes is the winner of that one. Chester, good stuff there for you. The moment that you saw between Josh Hushka and Ilya Sami, you read really well to then get yourself into the lead. You know, tell us about what you were thinking when you saw them collide in front of you.
Well, I just thought, I saw Ilyas went in and I took the normal racing line. Then I saw Josh Hushka go back in, so I thought, oh, they might collide. So I took the wide line and then they ended up having a little tangle, so I got the switchback on them.
And of course, yesterday throughout our qualifying heats, it was you, Mason Hibbert, Alfie Davidson that saw a lot of each other. Today, so far, it's been you, Hushka and Ilya Sami. So different names in the mix, but you're still one of them. What's it like racing Sami and Hushka compared to yesterday?
Well, again, it's different drivers. Every day it changes because the engines change. So as long as you're up the front, it's okay. But when you have new faces, you just got to still keep going and push forward.
Well, Chester, good job so far this morning. We'll see you in your second qualifying heat later on. That's Mini 60s. Next up, we'll go to our senior.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there in Parc Ferme with the sun breaking through now the clouds. One more race to go in the morning phase before we go into a short break, and then we're back for the second half of the day with those round 2 of qualifying heats. Like we mentioned, seniors coming up next for that one, and a very familiar face on that pole position spot. We'll see Harrison Whitcomb on that pole position spot once again. Yesterday's first qualifying heat, similar story. Whitcomb taking the win ahead of Eva Morris. Lizzie Mentier gaining 2 places to finish third ahead of Emma Dowling. William Antrobus finished P5 as he progressed forward over the day. Benjamin Baker and Martin Manderson rounding out the 7-kart field. Baker ended up on the podium in that final yesterday, which unfortunately did see some retirements from that one, as William Antrobus, unfortunately, Emma Dowling and Lizzie Mentier are all just caught out in that final with some mechanical gremlins. But today is a new day, and there you can see the drivers just getting themselves ready, waiting to take a seat in the kart. So a bit of time we've got here, but they're all the Kart Republic machinery that are being used this weekend. They're all on the same equipment, the IAME-powered OKN engine. Of course, all drivers on the same with that one. They take a pool from it. So it's effectively a lottery every day for these engines. So at the end of the day, they give those engines back. They then, hands in a bag, they pick out a number, and then they get a new engine, and then they head back out and they go out once more. There is Emma Dowling. It's Marvellous Marv there on the spanners. There, Lizzie Mentier, very quick today in time qualifying. Was Lizzie, and could be a contender to take the fight to Harrison Whittingham. We'll have to wait and see what happens, though. A lot of work to be done here. Cole Sutherland makes the long 30-kilometre walk back from Parc Ferme to the commentary box, and reports that she fell over into the chair. Nicole, how are you?
I didn't fall over into the chair, almost fell off the chair.
Oh, I see. Smiles. That's a nice hat there that Liam's got. I wonder who won that for him. His driver. That's who won it. Liam never won something like that before.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he's lovely. Right, there we go. I'm going to get grief for that, I'm sure. There, though, ready to go. Everyone primed and ready. Benjamin Baker there as well, seated. He's waiting to go. Part-time karter, full-time model. I'm going to say it every day, Benjamin. I'm going to say it every day.
Where did you get this information from, may I ask?
His mum.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Well, we were they were having dinner the other night, and that's when she told me. There is Martin Manderson again on the grid on this one. Gloves not on just yet, but he's raring to go. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do today. Of course, tough day yesterday. He was getting to grips with, of course, the engine, the the kart itself, very different machinery to what he's used to.
Yeah, the lack of gears as well.
I think that really throws you off, actually. You know, you go into a turn and you think, right, okay, ready, go, and then you click it in and oh, no, it's not there. And then the braking as well is actually quite difficult.
I don't know if he's maybe sometimes pushing with that outside arm and thinking, actually, I can use both of my hands for this because I've not got to change the gears at all.
Yeah, of course, because a lot of you look at a KZ grid, they go around a hairpin one-handed because they're like going down the gears, and then then they're so quick to get back up the gears. So quite a different piece of machinery that they have got. Whistle blowing at the front of the grid. I'm guessing that was the 1 minute board because we've got 1 minute until this race is due to start. There we go. There's some good observation. Absolutely stating the obvious. Back to Fraser.
Oh, is he still in that spot again?
Well, no, he's in a different spot now. He was he had his head on the lamppost earlier on. Now he's leaning on it. He's probably editing again. Oh, no, he's noticed. He's up on his feet. There we go. He's alive, ladies and gentlemen. Fraser Glasby is alive.
I wonder if he can... No, he clearly can't hear us. Maybe catch up with him in a bit and say, Fraser, you've been on the camera all day.
You've been on the broadcast all morning, and we've just been watching you on your phone. There we go. I'm sure he'd be happy with that. Right then, moments away from this one starting, of course. This could be an interesting one here. I am looking forward to seeing what Lizzie Mentier can do here. Really close in qualifying, actually, this time.
Yeah, this is the closest we've seen anybody get to Harrison Whitcomb so far throughout the year, pace-wise. You know, nobody has got really within a tenth, 2 tenths of Whitcomb, but Mentier achieved that this morning in your OKN senior time qualifying. Now they head out onto the circuit for their third qualifying heat of the weekend, but their first of the day, their first of the new day. And I'll take you through your grid.
The whole grid, do it.
The whole grid, a small grid, but a good standard grid. We've got Harrison Whitcomb, your final winner from yesterday and from Silverstone's both days on pole position. He's starting alongside Lizzie Mentier. From your second row of your field, we've got 2 of your Discover Your Drive initiative drivers in the form of Eva Morris and Emma Rose Dowling. Third row, it's full-time karter, part-time model Benjamin Baker with William Antrobus, a driver who typically competes in Ginetta racing. And rounding out your field, 7 in total, it's Milo Manderson on that last spot for, of course, like we said, your first qualifying heat of the day. Question remains, can anybody get past Harrison Whitcomb?
Well, we'll have to wait and find out.
You're currently...
I have been...
Anthony Jordan, if he is currently snacking...
I am.
On a
Welsh cake.
Welsh cake, provided by none other than Donna Whitcomb. Thank you very much, Donna, mum of Harrison. And, one of Anthony's favourites.
It is, actually. It's a long-standing tradition. Myself and Henry Baudet, he himself Welsh. It's either Iron Brew and Welsh Cakes powered us through the British Kart Championships for many years, from the years of, for me, from the years of 2020 onwards, for Henry, since 1932, I think, as far as I'm concerned. For everyone else here, ready to go. They are delicious. I've also had brownie this morning.
What would you compare a Welsh cake to? It's a bit like a flat scone.
A scone with no lift.
Scone or a scone? Scone.
Because you put a scone in front of me, blink, and it's gone. Right. It's a good start to the day, Nicole. It's a good start to the gay.
Right.
Right.
Racing.
Yes. Right then. Looking forward to this one. Okay, and senior. Busy day yesterday. But today, back with the racing action with Whitcomb on that pole position spot. Mentier looked really competitive in the start of that final yesterday. Unfortunately, Mechanical Gremlin striking in the first couple of laps. But today, brand new day. The sun is shining on the field here as they enter into the final turn. They enter the tram lines now as we wait to see as it lights out. It certainly is as they make their way towards turn 1. Mentier slides across the front there of the field and behind, but it's Eva Morris who slots into second place. Whitcomb into the lead. I thought that was Morris late on the brakes there into the banking. I thought she was going full send there on Whitcomb.
You never wish a driver bad luck at all. but I want to see someone really try and have a look. Mentier now down the inside at turn number 1. She switches positions with Eva Morris. She will now, like she did in the first couple of laps of yesterday's final, look directly at, of course, Harrison Whitcomb. Whitcomb, your leader, once more. Clean air ahead of him. He's not even looked at the back of the helmet so far throughout this championship. You know, Silverstone, good wins for him, as that's a switch of position at Bobby Game between William Antrobus and Milo Manderson for Pete last. But the focus once more on your front. Whitcomb, clean air ahead of him, has gone fastest in sector number 1, sector number 2, of course. Sector number 3, I'm sure will do the same, absolutely does. But actually, Eva Morris has found something through that third sector. Maybe she could be the name to try and catch up. Has first, of course, got to get back past Lizzie Mentier. But Whitcomb, you know, at what stage is he going to be challenged?
Don't know. That's my elite observation of that one. Maybe soon. It's only half second is the gap. Like you say, these drivers starting to push forward now. Baker's having a good run up to 4th place now. Dowling to 5th. Antrobus and Manderson still holding on as, oh dear, Dowling onto the inside there of Baker. That's into the Fullerton S's. She's just squeezed her way through.
Ooh.
Oh, absolutely side pods there. Benjamin Baker says, no, I've taken that position away.
Yeah, absolutely. She said, no, you don't. I'm having this one, and I'm going to look at Eva Morris now. So, out of the final corner they will go. 5/10 has Whitcomb over Mentier. And actually, it doesn't really change too much. So, he's not bolted off just yet. But as the tyre starts to come into life, as the pressure beds in for Whitcomb, I would probably predict that he will start to extend that gap ever so slightly. But over the past lap, 56.16 was both the time for Whitcomb and Lizzie Mentier for the time being. Whitcomb ever so slightly faster, but only by just a couple of hundredths out there. So, Antrobus now looking at Benjamin Baker. William Antrobus has not raced OKN Senior before. He's used to the Kart Republic machinery. That's the kart that he's used over the past couple of years in his career, but you know, never used the OKN package before. Has progressively got faster and faster. Is now looking to try and take away P5. But, you know, before those airbox issues yesterday, Anthony, it was actually looking really racy as the day went on.
Yes, when he did have the airbox issues fully, he looked even
really
faster.
racy.
Yeah, so... yeah, indeed. And, you know, I think that is just himself obviously getting used to the kart. I think getting used to himself in the kart as well, because obviously you caught up with him on the grid. One thing he was always talking about was the ribs. You know, it's one of the biggest things, I think, in karting. I think second to, like, the neck muscles out there, because, like you say, after a few laps, your neck can feel quite sore.
You know, around this circuit in particular, ribs really feel them coming off the Litchfield Bridge. That's somewhere, you know, when I was racing around this track, if you've got a bit of a rib injury out there, when you're really bolting off of the Litchfield Bridge, you can feel it. And I'm sure that that's probably a place in the circuit that William Antrobus could potentially be struggling out there. Car, of course, would be sat in a nice padded seat, potentially, you know, at the likes of the Tillet seat. But it's not the same in karting. You know, it's difficult physically for these drivers, so he'll be getting kart fit again. No such thing as kart fit. You know, I don't think any sport replicates what you need for this. I don't think there's any such training that can prepare you the way just doing lap after lap can get you ready.
Fishing. that gets you kart fit,
Does
I think.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Darts.
Darts, yeah. Anything that move in the arms, I think. Yes. No. Right, Whitcomb leads the way. Gap now 1.1 seconds. Mentier doing her level best. This is a good little fight here. Antrobus now has closed into the back of Benjamin Baker. This will be a change for for 5th place. Oh, dear me. Is that a side pod? It is. Now that's on the back straight. Who's missing one? Oh, no. It is Emma Dowling, the 212 machine. It is, yes, gone. There we go. So Emma Dowling, unfortunately, is going to be picking up a technical flag, and that is already on the board. Oh, that is such a shame. because that can so easily happen.
You know, that's 2 consecutive races that Emma Rose Dowling has had now technical issues. Yesterday, chain came off in that final. Today, it's a side pod. Not good stuff for her and mechanic of Marvellous Marv. She'll have to retire from this one, and she'll take us from 7 runners down to 6. There she is with that side pod completely missing. Now technical flag will be out to her very shortly, and she will be forced in. So Antrobus will now pick off another position, so he will be the only gainer within this race so far. His tally will go from 1 to 2. He'll get himself into P4 with a unintentional promotion, really. There's a nice little shot there at the first corner, which actually, until you're sort of sat in the karts and you're going through that first part of the track, you really can underestimate how bumpy it is on the circuit. You take that really flat, you're really on the power, and you can feel the kart sort of dance up and down. You know, at times it can be a bit unnerving out there.
It is, and that's an iconic shot. It was announced on social media, but it's an iconic shot that very soon won't be there anymore. And honestly, I am genuinely sad about that. The Bruno Ferrari S's is quite an incredible set of corners, and unfortunately, it's going to change.
You know, when I was racing at this track, that was the only corner my dad once stood there, Anthony, and he came in afterwards, after the session was finished, and he came over to me and he said, "That's the only time I've ever watched you race and got a little bit nervous. I've never actually realised how fast you guys go into that corner. It's dizzyingly quick on the approach."
Certainly is. Emma Dowling here might be in a bit of trouble. Has ignored the technical flags, and unfortunately, you miss them too many times, you may see a black flag head out there.
I think she's just got a bit of a bullseye sort of on the back of Eva Morris, and she's just aiming for it. She's got her eyes absolutely fixated on that 202 ahead of her, and I don't think she's intentionally ignoring it out there. Emma is not that kind of driver.
It's tunnel vision, isn't it?
Yeah, you're just so concentrated on what you're doing, the 15 turns that you're ticking off, the drivers that you're trying to get past, that she's just not looking at things, and that will now be it. Black flag will go out for Dowling. Dan Ashton will signal to her to have a look, and Emma Rose Dowling, you know, it would have just been a technical. She would have just had a DNF. Now it's going to be a disqualification.
That is such a shame at this point, and not something you want to see. She'll be heading to the stewards after that and saying, you know, and a lot of drivers, you hear it, what they said, like, you know, why didn't you look at it? Why didn't you see it? It's just, I was just so focused on what I was doing. The problem is then that excuse doesn't really sit with the officials, because they say if you're concentrating on the race, you should be concentrating at the flags and the signals at the side of the track as well. It's just as important as looking where you're going.
Yeah, of course. And mechanic, if they're on the sidelines, signalling to wave Emma
there
in
you
now.
Go. She's seen it now.
So she's seen the black flag. That will be it for her.
That's such a shame.
You know, stripped of the opportunity to get past Eva Morris. No fault of her own, though.
No,
you know, it's not like Emma's done anything wrong out there. It's literally just the case that the fixings for that side pod have come off of the bars, and that's it.
Yeah, that is quite the shame. Right then, Eva Morris closing in. Lizzie Mentier gap just a couple of tenths of a second. We're nearing the end of this race, Nicole. Could Eva Morris find a P2 here?
Yeah, I think absolutely so. She's within distance now, probably not so much lunging distance into that first hairpin, but she's definitely in it where she can really start to bridge that gap on the brakes. She doesn't want to overdo it and slide out of the corner, but she looks like she's got things near enough right through that second hairpin. Into the third sector, Eva will try and approach, and pace-wise, between her and Lizzie Mentier, first sector, it was the case that Eva was fastest. However, second sector, Lizzie's just gone purple, so she's retaliated. She said, "No, you don't. I'm not going to be caught up for this one." Third sector, what is the distance between the girls in 2 and 3? It is the case that Eva Morris is quicker, and now, quite crucially, she's in the tow. Going down that start-finish straight, of course, within the OKN package, you don't massively benefit maybe compared to other categories, because you're going to hit the limiter quite early on. You know, it's difficult for these drivers. But now on the shorter straights, she'll start to close in ever more, as Harrison Whittaker, pace-wise, actually, to me, Anthony, looks over the past couple of laps to have backed off slightly. It was a second and a half. Now it's 1.2. He'll go into that sort of preservation phase now.
Yeah, he doesn't need to stress these tyres for fastest lap, every lap. You know, why cook the tyres? You know, you've got another 2 races to go today on this same set. So just keep them in a steady pace. Speed and power, I think, is what Eva Morris is saying right now, right behind Lizzie Mentier, and I'm sure Lizzie's probably saying exactly the same thing as they exit out of the pits bend. Over that start-finish straight they go. Final lap board is out, and well, last chance to really do something here. They've closed the gap up to Whittingham to less than a second now. Harrison doesn't want to slow too much down in this one. Doesn't want to risk a big bit. Yeah, that's a double take over the shoulder there for Harrison Whittingham. Just said, oh, okay, maybe I've slowed down a little too much. The gap's down to 0.7 of a second now. I think he's got this one under control, but he's just keeping the pack at bay. Mentier and Morris, just no attempts here for Eva Morris. Has not been close enough to put that pressure on. But Harrison Whittingham here to the very end. Another controlled drive and another qualifying heat win then to kickstart his day here on Sunday at PF International. Harrison Whittingham takes another win ahead of Mentier. Morris third. Antrobus will finish fourth ahead of Baker. Manderson a few seconds behind. He's going to cross the line now. And he takes P6, and of course the retirement for Emma Dowling. Unfortunately, that side pod detaching itself from that qualifying heat will put her out of contention in this race. So Whittingham once again in a controlled drive. Takes the win then ahead of Lizzie Mentier and Eva Morris. Antrobus from Benjamin Baker, Marla Anderson and Emma Dowling round out the top 7 there. But of course the retirement there for Dowling at the very end. For everyone else, a calm and controlled race for Whittingham. I think slowed down maybe just that little bit too much to cool those tyres down at the very end, and may have had a bit of more of a closer gap than I think he would have liked. So field make their way back into Parc Ferme. That is the first half of the day done. We go into the short break and we'll be heading over to the second rotation of qualifying heats. There is Whittingham in, making sure he's all above board there, and nose cones are all checked there by our technical delegate there, Darren Clark, who's just there in the background. He was getting himself those photos of the nose cones just in case they were needed. Marshall's now getting a well-deserved break in the morning phase, same as all the officials here. Of course, the steward's probably still busy for the time being ahead of this one as they get themselves ready to go. And, right. Liam's found himself the other one of the 2 PFI hats there. I have the other one currently on my head. He's got the other one on his head. There we go. They are one of one, ladies and gentlemen. Prototypes, if you like them, well, mention it to Tav here at PFI, and maybe he'll make some more. Right. Rest of the field there, ready to go. And the switch of hats, there it is, the close-up. It's lovely, that is. Mine's slightly different. Mine hasn't got the white outline on it. I think mine's better. Right then. Seniors done and dusted. Minis done and dusted. So are the juniors. We will see them out there for their second qualifying heat a little bit later on. They are due to start at 1 o'clock local time from us here now. That's around 45 minutes or so. We will be hearing from some of our senior drivers in a few moments' time as well down in Parc Ferme with Nicole Sutherland. She's just getting herself primed and ready. Down there, and apparently she is now ready. So we'll head down to Parc Ferme and over to her.
Well, I am down here then, Anthony, and I'm down here with none other than Harrison Whittingham again. Harrison, are we going to have to, like, maybe throw some banana peels on the track or something? Like, maybe, I don't know, put some water on spots only you're going to hit?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a nice weekend, just been able to win everything, but they're definitely catching up now. They're getting a lot closer than they were yesterday.
And like you said, people are starting to catch up, Lizzie Mentier being one of those names. Lizzie's looking quick today. What do you think it is that is helping drivers to now do that and start to get closer to you? Is it maybe drivers getting used to the kart or the tyre? What would you say?
I think we started seeing people ramp up in the heats yesterday when they managed to get up in my toe. I think they've started to figure out what the lines are, now they're just, I think, copying what I'm doing.
And speaking of what you were doing, last couple of laps, did you intentionally back off or was there a mistake somewhere?
No, I was backing off. I've been saving tyre for the final for the whole race.
Well, thank you very much then, Harrison. We'll I'm sure speak to you a bit later on. Done and dusted for the first rotation of today then. We've got more qualifying heats left to go, of course, but not before a short break.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, we will take that short break and we'll be back in around 40 or so minutes' time with the second run of qualifying heats from myself, Anthony John and Nicole Sutherland. We'll see you in a few. Don't go anywhere. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PF International, Champions of the Future Academy Programme. Round 2 for the UK Series is back with the next 3 races, back with the juniors, minis and seniors for the second rotation of qualifying heats. Juniors will be the first one to head out onto the circuit. Quick refresher of what happened earlier on. Harley Musk taking the win. 0.6 of a second clear from Freddie Wood. Sukmani Kira taking third ahead of Louis Radcliffe. Manny Nuvolini 5th from Harry Radcliffe. Max Boshoff, Colby Patterson, Andy Stewart and Devin Titz did round out the top 10 in that first junior race earlier on. The sun is now shining as the engines fire up. The drivers make their way out onto the track. Nicole Sutherland, please take us through the first half of the grid.
Well, starting from that front row, you've got your qualifying Heat 1 winner of Harley Musk alongside Freddie Wood. From row number 2, you've got Louis Radcliffe, the driver who, of course, took your final win yesterday alongside Sukmani Kira. Third row sees Lucian Smith, who has already had a disqualification so far today. He's starting alongside the younger Radcliffe of Harry Radcliffe. And from row number 4, Alessandro Salas will see Colby Patterson. Fifth row and your top 10 marks Ava Lawrence and Max Boshoff. And rounding out the first half of your grid, row number 6 sees Benjamin Paulson with Manny Nuvolini.
Row number 7, Lorenzo Zucchetto and Johnson Stewart. Andy Stewart starting just behind on row number 8 alongside Devin Titz, with row 9 being hopefully Joseph Davis. We didn't see him out in that first race. Hopefully all okay. Enzo Stambo starting alongside on row 9. Leo Livings, Ashay Nagura, Ollie Brunt and Cecil Court round out the hopefully 22 drivers on circuit. I will confirm or deny that. No, just 21. Joseph Davis not out there. Right then, Nicole, busy race earlier on. I'm expecting good things from this one too, because we're going to find out who's on pole position.
Yeah, absolutely. So yesterday, first qualifying heat for Harley Musk, saw him take a qualifying heat win, but then it was unravelled for him in that second heat. Hopefully for Musk today, we don't have the same story again, but second opportunities for names in the field to try and weave their way round the traffic. Manny Nuvolini being one of those names. 7 places gained for him in his previous race, and a similar story for his Mercedes teammate of Devon Titz. Let's see how the two Merc drivers, one from France, one from Germany, in their first appearance here in British racing, gets on within this second qualifying heat. Drivers now being led round Bobby Game, round that third sector, to be lined up by Freddie Wood, Harley Musk, Louis Ratcliffe and Sukhmani Kira. Your 4 drivers inside of the top 4 who have been consistent and have always been the ones to beat so far this weekend.
Well, they certainly have indeed. Right then, into the final corners then. They'll enter into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer yes, towards turn 1. Good start then for the inside row. Good start for Musk once more. Again, a win here puts him pole position for the final later on today. So that's going to be the most important thing he is hoping for in this one. Rest of the field then climb up the hill for the first time, over the bridge, down the hill towards hairpin number 1. Musk has lost out on the lead of this race. He is down to second place. At the moment, it is the pilot of the number 26 machine of Louis Radcliffe who leads the way out of hairpin number 2.
Louis Radcliffe then, final winner from yesterday. A final winner at Silverstone, driver that's got a lot of confidence around this track and has instantly got himself into the race lead. Lucian Smith there on your screen going into Bobby Game with the other Radcliffe in your field, Ava Lawrence, as well as Colby Patterson on his tail. Will be looking for a good race result. Needs some points to set him up for the finals later on this afternoon. Out the final corner these drivers will go. Taking off their first lap, it's Radcliffe from Musk, from Wood, Kira, Smith,
here we go.
and Harry Radcliffe is up onto the bowl. Big changes shortly happening as Manny Nuvolini now sends it down the inside and gets past drivers ahead, gets past Max Boschhoff.
Yes, indeed, and that fighting still raging on there. Just behind, and now we're starting to see that fight still go on here. Harley Musk under immense pressure from Sukhmani Kira at the front here. There you can see Wood still holding on to second place now, tucking in there behind Radcliffe. He does sit a little taller in the kart there, and he's trying to hunker down to try and gain that slipstream. Kira down the inside, Bobby Game corner, gets through. Here's Lucian Smith, also finds his way through. Musk now in danger of losing out on being on pole position here. Any more positions lost, he may find himself in a spot of bother. They cross over the line now. The points to update. Wood, at this moment, would now be on pole position.
Is this a stage, or change for the race lead? Fred Wood is now in control of things. Round the bowls, just switched out with Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe, though, clever and wise to it, lets him have it, runs off of the Litchfield Bridge, down in towards turn at number 1, and they'll have that meerkat moment where they both just go head over shoulder to look at the gap between themselves and Sukhmani Kira. But going back to the Musk story, is this a stage where he starts to get a little bit nervous, where he starts to fall into the hands of the drivers behind? Potentially so, because Lawrence is now on his tail. Down towards sector number 3, these drivers will be going. Wood and Ratcliffe still at the front. But Kira looking racy here, Anthony. He's got a bit of pace to find, because Wood, of course, is the fastest driver out there on the track, but she could be boosted on here by Lucian Smith. Yeah,
it could certainly be. Ava Lawrence, unfortunately, will be seeing a 5-second in-race time penalty here. That is unfortunate for her. Now, where is Lawrence in this race? Well, currently in 6th place. That'll be a huge deficit there at the end of it, so we'll keep a close eye on that gap. Lucian Smith, though, all over the rear bumper here of Sukhmani Kira, himself also under pressure from Harley Musk. Lucian Smith, though, is the fastest driver and will utilise that speed with a move down the inside of hairpin 1. plenty of racing room given there by Kira. But that obviously puts her under pressure now once more by Harley Musk. There, a great view, an eye's view of the race director's position of this race and can see plenty of the action out there. Radcliffe not dropping off the back of Freddie Wood, but Freddie Wood clearly in control of this race at the moment, Nicole.
Yeah, of course, Freddie Wood is a driver that has not raced in the OKN Junior package before. He's not used to it. He's not used to the tyre either, so he's progressively this weekend getting faster and faster out there and is now making himself definitely a contender when we set ourselves up to our finals later on. Further in the background then, drivers to make up positions again. Devon Titz on a good charge, almost matches what he achieved in his first qualifying heat of the day. 5 places gained so far for him. Enzo Stambau as well, 6 big places to his name, the biggest hitter within this race, and needs a good one of course after some penalties earlier on, and gets a penalty again.
Literally as you were praising him there, Nicole, commentator's curse. Nicole.
Actually, the last time I was in this commentary box was with our friend, Andrew Mather.
Yeah, Andrew Mayer.
And we came up with a bit of a thing. The commentator's pile of things that you say that you then end up cursing drivers unintentionally, and the pile actually, I find, gets quite big a lot of the time. It's always a case where you sort of start talking about a driver and then a notification comes up on the screen to say penalty, or they've had a crash, or there's something out there, technical flag. It's a bit of a weird one, don't you think?
It is spooky. In a way, yes, indeed. Right, Lucian Smith again, fastest driver out there. And, well, look at this move coming around. What did you say, Nicole, the other day? That move came from Lincoln. That one came from Grantham this time. And down the inside, gets up into second place now as they've gone through. Beautiful little drive there. Radcliffe, though, pushing forward and trying to get that move back down the inside. But again, Kira right closing in. Musk still there. Ava Lawrence still there with the 5-second time penalty. Patterson, Nuvolini, Boshoff, Titz there as well. Very, very close now between these drivers. Starting to get a little bit tense here.
Freddie Wood now looks to have really got his shopping and checked out of this race so far. Of course, won't have the advantage of a tie, but will have the advantage that he's got no pressure on his shoulders as Sens now go down the inside. That's Colby Patterson getting past Ava Lawrence. Patterson, nice little move off of the bridge there by Sukmani. Kira gets her elbows out to Ratcliffe and just forces him off up onto the bank and allows Harley Musk the position, as well as now this looks to turn into a bit of a scrap for your drivers inside of the top 3 as changes still go on for Colby Patterson. But going back to the Patterson story here, Anthony, really good success out in Silverstone. Has gone actually quite under the radar so far this weekend.
A little bit, yeah, I would say so. And, all these drivers are going to try and do their level best here. And you really do start to see them shine the most when they get to those finals. But these qualifying heats, yes, only 2 of them for the field, but still very important nonetheless. Multiple hand signals going out to the drivers there just to indicate what the mechanics are wanting from them, whether or not they push and go for the overtake, to be smooth with the steering inputs, or to just focus and work together to try and close a gap, and all those sort of signs coming in there for the field. Wood leading the way then now, the gap 1.1 seconds from Lucian Smith. Kira still just 0.3 of a second behind. It's there in 3rd place, ahead of Harley Musk. Lou Radcliffe from Colby Patterson. Manu Nuvolini, Ava Lawrence, Max Boshoff and Devon Titz still locking out the top 10. Biggest mover in this race is Enzo Stambag. It's just outside the top 10 in 11th place right now. He's on a 7-place gain. This is the fight for 2nd place. Lucian Smith under increasing pressure now from Sukmani Kira, who herself is looking at a potential front row start. Smith wide out of the final corner, and through goes Sukmani Kira onto the final lap and takes P2 away. With that, moves up to 3rd in the points, but still in a really good position here. Now here comes Musk. Harley Musk in for another chance. Remember, he's dropped down to 2nd in the points here. He's lost out on his pole position start for the final. If he can get this overtake done, I don't think it's going to help him out, but it will certainly help him out, though, with trying to close it even more. He's not managed to do it into the Fullerton S's here. Bobby Game Corner is another attempt. Not going to happen. Maybe now into the start of the Mike Wilson complex. This is the last chance. I don't think it's going to happen. Freddie Wood, though, at the front with this victory will claim a pole position start for the final later on today. And I'm sure Freddie Wood will be happy with that. Yesterday, just off the podium. Today starts it on pole position. Sukmani Kira then finishes P2 ahead of Lucian Smith. Harley Musk fourth from Louis Radcliffe. Colby Patterson from Manny Nuvolini. Ava Lawrence from Max Boshoff. Darren Titz rounding out to the top 10 with 6 places gained. There's the rest of your results. Enzo Stambaugh finishing that one in 11th place from Harry Radcliffe, Leo Livings, Andy Stewart and Johnson Stewart. They round out the top 15 out there. 16th place downwards, we'll see Alessandro Salas, Lorenzo Sacchetto, Benjamin Paulson, Ashay Nagura, Ollie Brunt and Cecil Courts. The 21 kart finishers in that race. Well, as mentioned, 2 more races to go. Plenty of racing action on this weekend, of course, around in the UK. Plenty of it live, but joining us here for the Champions of the Future Academy programme. Welcome one and all. If you are watching, wherever you are around the world, you've just missed out on the junior second qualifying heats of the day. If you have just joined us, and we'll see the likes of that man there, Freddie Wood, with 94 points to his name, starting it on pole position for that final later on. That will be the one to watch in the juniors, certainly very close and competitive there in the group as the field make their way in and get all checked over. Mini 60 will be the next one out onto the circuit. That in itself quite the competitive grid of drivers, and that will also be one to watch. The seniors as well, very close in the mid-pack battle for the seniors, but still Harrison Whittingham the one to beat. There though today, a smile on his face, Freddie Wood, pole position for the final, and his chance of standing on that top step of the podium in the final today comes ever closer in the junior category. Well, there you can see the clouds, the sun shining, the clouds departing. It's a beautiful day. I did get a notification on my phone, though, of potential rain in the next few hours down in Grantham. Now, that's a few miles down the road. We're obviously a bit north of Grantham, and at the moment the clouds are looking absolutely fine around the circuit here, but we're looking like a very lovely day of racing. But let's see what happens later on with those finals, of course, coming out much later on today at around 3 o'clock local time. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and let's head over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, Freddie Wood, good stuff there for you. Qualifying heat win, and you set yourself up very nicely for the final later on. Front row start, you know, that one, the race lead, managing things. Talk us through it, Freddie.
Well, once I got into the lead, I knew I had to be calm, not make too many mistakes, because you can get caught up quite a lot in these karts. Yeah.
And when you're saying get caught up, in what way? Is it through corner speed? You know, talk us through that specifically.
Like, once you start to lose your momentum, you definitely always start, you go backwards. It's hard to keep the momentum moving forward, but then once you've got the momentum, it makes it a lot easier.
And of course, for you, Freddie, chassis itself, you're used to, you know, the Kart Republic, but the adjustment throughout this weekend, tyre, engine-wise, new class for you. You're looking good, you're looking strong. Are you happy, actually, with the progress that you've made?
Yeah, I'm happy with the progress, because I've never driven OKJ or OKNJ now. First time in this academy. It is quite good, getting used to the OKJ. I have adjusted to it now with the tyres.
Well, Freddie, good to catch up with you, and of course we'll be seeing you on that front row later on. That is Freddie Wood for your OKN Junior front row start for the final. Next up, we'll go to our minis to confirm their qualifying heats points.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. Mini 60 qualifying Heat 2 next to take to the circuit. And let's cast your mind back to what happened in that first qualifying heat, which did see Chester Fawkes taking the race win. A very strong result. That was just ahead of Charles Clough. Max Sadic, who finished third in that one, ahead of Ilya Sami, Alfie Davidson, Bodie Batch finishing in 6th place from Albert Poulsen, Oliver Woodall finishing in P8 from Yusuf Adi, and James Roots. Roots, of course, did finish in a very close 2nd place earlier on. Was unfortunately dropped down to 10th place. Crucially, I thought he had a nose cone earlier. He didn't, and that is good. There was one that unfortunately came from Mason Hibbert. That is most likely due to the moment that he had, which unfortunately saw him finish in 20th place. So hopefully Mason Hibbert hoping for a much better result in this one. For the rest of the field here, action still to be done though, especially in the under 10 categories. The most impressive drive that we saw in that previous race definitely came in the form of the 952 under 10 machine. Oliver Woodall, who was on the podium yesterday, he gained 10 places in that one, so a very strong drive to see him push forward there again. You could just see driver starting on the front row, James Roots back on pole position for this one, and hoping for better results than what we saw in that first one there. Chester Fawkes, the winner from that first race, and they're just behind Charles Clough as well, just off that race win, 1 second off that one. Ilya Sami looking very strong today. There he is with Danny Kell getting himself primed and ready. Now for him, he has got the work to do on this one. He showed some great pace earlier on, and can he utilise that pace once again in this second qualifying heat? From that 4th row of the grid. The other side of the grid as well, as there you can see the likes of Chloe McGill getting herself ready to go. Max Sadic, of course, from Thailand, starting it on the front row of the grid. Alfie Davidson starting just behind that on row 2 as well. Josh Hushka, also a driver to watch out for this, showed really great pace earlier on. Unfortunately, did pick up a front fairing penalty. And that unfortunately put him down the order just that little bit. So for Josh, who was a good result, but yeah, dropped to 12th place at the end of that one. Noah Kronia as well on the podium yesterday. A pretty decent result yesterday. I'm sure he was very happy with it, but earlier today, a challenging one to finish that on in 18th. So again, we'll be focusing on pushing forward in that field there. Albert Poulsen on your screen, ready to go. No, sorry, that's the 950. That is Jayan Prakash, you were just seeing there on your screen. Starting on the 7th row of the grid. Jayan Prakash, also a driver who has shown great pace. Has been on the Mini 60 under 10 podium a fair few times now this season. He's looking to see if he can try extend that to overall podium position in this one. Right then, mechanics told to clear the grid. Nicole Sutherland is back in the commentary box. I think we need a clear the commentary box sign for you, so you kick me out sometimes. I don't know. What?
Sorry.
What, you were
you
miles
lost me
away?
there. Yeah.
You know the clear the grid sign?
Oh, yes.
Clear the commentary box sign.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I get too annoying.
Oh, God, you'd never be in here then.
Oh, there you go. That's a shame. Right then, yellow light is on. You're really mean to me, Nicole. I'm always really nice to you.
What was it that we said in Valencia? We're secretly friends.
Yeah, no, you said we're secretly friends to the entire world. You said that, so there you go.
We do get on, really.
Do we? Yeah, sometimes. Right then, anyway, we are not far away from going racing. Looking forward to this one. It's going to be a close fight. Who will start on pole position for the final in Mini 60? We're about to find out. Here's your grid then. Qualifying Heat 2, James Roots back on pole position with Max Zadok starting alongside Chester Fawkes, Alfie Davidson. Row 2, Charles Clough, Josh Husker on row 3. Ilya Sami and Noah Kronia go from row number 4. They will see Mason Hibbert, now Poulsen, rounding out the first half of the field on row number 5.
Row number 6 seized Austin Oman alongside yesterday's final winner of Bodie Batch. 7th row seeds Chloe McGill of Scotland alongside J.M. Prakash, and from row number 8, Canada's Yusuf Hadi will look at Benjamin Schlevar. 9th row of your field, India's Archie Gupta will be with Oliver Woodall, and rounding out your 20-strong grid of 10 rows in total, Freddie Walker and Max Armit will be the final 2. So, names looking to push their way through within this race. We've got names like Mason Hibbert needing a good one from that 5th row, like we said earlier on. Good pace around here, good track knowledge will hopefully promote him forward. Other names like Austin Oman, who's had plenty of racing at this circuit, will also be looking to push his way through the names, as will Bodie Batch, who's starting alongside Austin on that 6th row of the grid.
Yes, is indeed. Drivers end their out lap. They begin their formation lap in this one, and like you say, points at the moment, of course, Chester Forks with up 50 intermediate classification points. We will see changes to that one. Quick reminder of some championship standings going this one. Why don't we do that a little bit? Alfie Davidson, points leader going into today, 180 points to his name. Chester Forks currently second, 157, 20 points ahead of Mason Hibbert with 135. All of those drivers scoring more than the UK did in the Eurovision Song Contest. Rest of the field ready to go as they head into that final sector. Did you watch the Eurovision Song Contest last night?
Never watched it.
Never
really
watched
my thing.
it. It's the ultimate meme, Nicole. I highly recommend it. Nil point. Right then, for the field here of minis. Getting themselves ready. There are the juniors who've just finished their race, and I'm sure the seniors will be watching along back at where they used to be a few years ago. Now, of course, in the senior category. Right, nice and steady then. In towards the final couple of corners. They'll enter the tram lines very soon. James Roots and Max Aric back on the front row. Into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are racing towards turn 1. Roots is pushing that cart as forward as he can. Holds on to the lead. Chester Forks up into second. 1 or 2 carts onto the grass. 1 cart very much on the grass there into the bowl section, but they all get through. Back over the Litchfield Bridge. Down the hill they go. Strong start for the field, Nicole, but 1 or 2 carts going very wide there out of the bridge.
Yeah, you see some drivers
big
spills at the first hairpin, and I think potentially
Mason
2
Hibbert.
big names. Mason Hibbert being one of those. That's the second time he's got himself into bad luck so far today. Hibbert, a contender, now finds himself around at that first hairpin. Does, of course, get back onto the track and rejoins. And is that potentially Bodie Batch that he was maybe involved with? So Batch again, not his day so far, but eyes and ears back on the front end of your field. James Roots really hunting down for a good race result after, of course, penalties earlier on in his qualifying heats.
Yes, indeed. Well, that's quite an interesting one. So 2, as you mentioned, heavy hitters there going through. But at the front here, wow, this is a very interesting scenario that we're seeing. Roots and Forks, well, they've got control of this race now. They've got it in the bike. Oh dear, 1 car going off. Well, careful, Mr. Cameraman. That 50p moment there as unfortunately straight off the road.
Chloe McGill.
Chloe McGill out of the race. I've got to say, hats off to the cameraman. He kept a steady shot.
Yeah, absolutely so does. So Chloe McGill now the newest name to be off. She's trying to get that cart back onto the Litchfield Bridge, but she currently looks a bit beached there on the grass. But at the front end of the order, of course, one driver's trash is another driver's treasure, and a number of names have picked up positions because of these early lap dramas for your field. Oliver Woodall being one of those. 7 places gained for Woodall. Great stuff for Oliver, who of course started on that 9th row alongside Archie Gupta. Out the final corner, drivers will go. Roots from Forks from Clough. Crone inside of the top 4 with Zvaric now dropping down to P5. But if we know one thing about Max Zvaric, he gets shuffled into the pack but can quite quickly make his moves done. Again, we saw it from him in his first qualifying heat, and I would say is probably being given some good touring car advice by his coach of Jason Quetz, who of course is a Toyota back driver out in South Africa, and he's helping along Max this weekend, and I'm sure he's given him some great advice to get back into the field. Still currently P5 for now, as that was just a change shortly ahead of Austin Oman between Jos Huschke and Albert Poulsen.
Indeed. Hibbert now the fastest driver on circuit, trying to close back up to this fight up ahead, but that's still kicking off. Ilyas Sami really getting involved in this one. And as you were mentioning there, Jos Huschke just ahead there in 8th place. So all of these drivers fighting for position. However, Roots, Fawkes and Clough, well, they are 2 seconds further up the road than the battle for 4th place downwards, which is the one effectively that you're seeing here on your screen. Noah Kalonian leading that one as Jos Huschke picks up a warning flag there, so does need to be careful.
Yeah, that would have probably been for the moment between him and Austin Oman going down the straight after that second hairpin. Ilyas Sami onto the bridge now, gets past Jos Huschke. Sami trying to get back up the order. Of course, we saw him as a race leader momentarily earlier on this morning, but for now has to sit quite far behind. Roots still leading this one here, Anthony, not by just too much though, because Chester Fawkes is absolutely glued to the back bumper of that Parolin.
Yeah, it certainly is. Really good performance here as once again drivers looking to the inside into the Fullerton S's and well, do get it through, and Austin Oman going down the field. Jan Prakash, Yusuf Addy, Oliver Woodall all managing to squeeze their way through. So again, counterproductive in this mid-pack here, as they all should be trying to push forward, but again, they're all in their own race right now to step forward. Over the line they go. James Roots leads, but it is Chester Fawkes who leads the intermediate classification at the moment. He is looking at a pole position start. Charles Clough currently second. Is hoping to try and gain a few positions here as side by side changes happening. That's Davidson on Poulsen pushing through for 6th place.
Here comes Ilyas Sami then to the first hairpin he's going to go for a move. Actually pulled out quite early for that one, but ticks it off nonetheless. That was the change between him and Albert Poulsen that gave a position also to Jos Huschke. So Huschke, of course, was given a warning flag earlier on, but it's not a penalty for Huschke straight away. He's still trying to get himself up the order. Austin Oman, also a driver that's trying to pull something out of the kit bag, as the second warning flag now goes out for Huschke. So he needs to be careful here, Anthony. You know, really drawing some negative attention to himself so far within this race. Just needs to settle back down, find a rhythm out there. Roots still holding on to things for now, so I think Chester Fawkes is maybe just playing with the gap there as all drivers just giving each other, you know, elbows out going down that main straight. That was Benjamin Schlivar, who was just trying to fend off J.M. Prakash.
Indeed. Sami down the inside now, getting moves done. Gets through past Davidson. They continue to battle as well further up the road. That's Sadic getting past Kroner as well. So another change there. That is for P4. The front runners right now, Roots and Fawkes, they're absolutely fine. 1 and 2. Charles Clough just off the back of that now. He's trying to stick with that slipstream. Unfortunately, he's just not close enough for it. Here on your screen, Jan Prakash in the fight in the Mini Under-10s has got the likes of Benjamin Savar for close company. Gupta there as well. Amit also, Freddie Walker on the charge right now. Freddie Walker up 2 places and into 17th place.
Charles Clough then on your qualifying heat standings is sat in P2, so he would be starting alongside Chester Fawkes going into the final. We have gone into the final lap. The race is still on between James Roots and Chester Fawkes. Fawkes has not attempted an overtake off of the bridge. They'll go definitely pushing, definitely on the limit, and he looks to maybe try and have a go because he's looked at where Charles Clough is to see, can I try and make a good go of it? Is it going to be into the second hairpin? We're going to shortly find out.
Well, I'm surprised you've not seen it already. Yes, okay, you may have seen that Roots said, come on, let's push forward, but they've got a gap from that field behind. Fawkes has clean air to really go for this overtake. He doesn't need to. Still has the points lead. It possibly is the reason why he's just sitting there in second place. Yes, doesn't need the victory in this one because he's thinking more about the battle later on today. James Roots will have redemption on this one. Takes the second qualifying heat win and puts himself to 4th in the intermediate classification. Chester Fawkes with that second place will secure pole position for the final. A strong result there in P2. Charles Clough in third does secure second overall. Will lock out that front row. Max Zaric dropping to fourth, but third in the points. Will go from the front row to the inside of row 2 for that final. And honestly, that's not the worst place in the world to be. There is your results and on your screen. Noah Kronia finishing in 5th place from Ilya Sami. Josh Hushka ahead of Albert Paulsen. Austin Aman from Alfie Davidson locking out the top 10. Yusuf Eddy finishing that one in 11th place from Oliver Woodall. Jan Prakash from Archie Gupta. Benjamin Slavar from Max Armit. Freddie Walker from Mason Hibbert. Bodie Batch rounds out the 19 finishes in that race. The one retirement, unfortunately, Chloe McGill not seeing the end of that race, and not sure fully what happened to her there on the bridge section, and just caught out in one lap, and unfortunately out of the race and getting beached on the curb there. And unfortunately, these Mini 60 karts, not the biggest machines in the world, so of course when they get caught out on that curb, it is quite a big curb for the karts, and very unfortunate there. There though, the rest of the field, job done for them as they will make their way into the weighbridge area. Chester Fawkes will start that final on pole position. There he is. Done and dusted then for Fawkes, and of course for him yesterday, well, in terms of the championship, second of course in the points, fair few behind Alfie Davidson, but now has a real chance at the end of this one. He gains another 25 championship points there. Davidson 6th will take a deficit on that, and for Chester Fawkes yesterday, pole position today after a 4th place. Of course, did have the pole yesterday, but let's see what he can do in the final later on in this one. Rest of the field making their way in. There is James Roots, first on the road in this one after the challenging race earlier on this morning. Finds himself now starting on the outside of row 2, provisionally of course for that final. Still a strong start to this second half of the day, and I'm sure he is hoping to do one thing and one thing only, and that is push forward in that final. Other drivers as well, Max Zadic, of course, we mentioned him, third in those points. Ilya Sami does round out the top 5 in the intermediate classification. Alfie Davidson, Albert Paulsen 7th, Josh Husker 8th, Noah Kronia 9th, and Oliver Woodall would be 10th in the intermediate classifications, meaning that would be your top 10. Very provisional, of course, though, for those results for that final later on today. One more race to go then in this qualifying heat phase before we go into those all-important finals later on. It will be the seniors up next with the continually dominant performance from Harrison Whittingham, who will be out on circuit. Right then, let's head down to Parc Fermes. Nicole Sutherland is, I believe, with Chester Fawkes.
We're back down at Parc Ferme, and we're back with Chester Fawkes. Chester, good stuff from you once more. Pole for the final later on, but you and James Roots throughout that race, you know, you were together through all of it. You were really hooked onto the back bumper. Was it tactical to not overtake him?
Yeah, I thought there's no point overtaking because you were just going to lose time and then it'll become a scrap like Heat 1. But I knew as long as I was second, I can be pole for the final, so I just pushed him all the way, really.
And of course, James, after that 5-second penalty in his first qualifying heat, has actually pushed him back in the points. Was that playing on your mind as you were taken to the circuit?
Yeah, I thought as well he had dropped back, so he's a quick driver, so he might be a good driver to work with in the final if he can get back up. So, yeah.
Well, Chester, thank you very much. As always, we'll see you on the grid later on. That is Chester Fawkes, the second driver today to have confirmed a pole position. We've, of course, got 3 classes out here this weekend, and we're about to confirm our third and final pole sitter with none other than our seniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. Seniors will be the next ones out onto the circuit, back in their original grid from time qualifying earlier on. This will see Harrison Whitcomb and Lizzie Mentier back on that front row of the grid. Let's remind you of the results from earlier on as well. Qualifying Heat 1 today for the seniors did see Harrison Whitcomb taking the win ahead of Lizzie Mentier. Eva Morris finishing third ahead of William Antrobus. Benjamin Baker from Marlo Manderson. Unfortunately, retirement for Emma Dowling. 7th place in that race after a retirement due to a technical issue with a side pod, unfortunately, that went awry in that race. The field will be getting themselves ready on the grid as I think we're playing Spot the Cameraman at the moment. There is one that dips away as all filming each other now as the racing goes on. One more qualifying heat to go then for the seniors before we head into the last 3 races of the weekend before the UK Series heads off, of course, to the fabled Larkhall circuit in Scotland, just south of Glasgow. Entries still open for that one. Make sure you get it in because, of course, for the seniors and the juniors, there is that entry to the FIA World Karting Championships in Bahrain. That is certainly quite the prize. I do recommend it, and that is for the champions of it. There again is Harrison Whitcomb. There again is his mechanic Liam with the hat. One of one, or actually one of 2, really. I have the other one. There, primed and ready. Eva Morris as well, the inside row, ready to go. Apparently it's cold down there. Well, actually, it is cold down in that pre-grid area. It's like a wind tunnel. Benjamin Baker there, getting himself ready to go. And again, plenty of work ahead of him on this one. Milo Manderson there also just waiting to jump into the kart there with a few minutes to go. William Antrobus on the outside of row 3. There he is. Strong performance in the final yesterday, but unfortunately an airbox issue saw him fall out of that position. But today, I'm sure it is affixed with cable ties. There is Emma Dowling back in this one. Marvellous Marv with electrical tape has put that side pod back on. And yes, has got himself ready. In fact, actually, he has. You can see it. Beautiful stuff. There we go. Lizzie Mentier on the front row of the grid as well. Ready to go. Nicole Sutherland, you're back in the commentary box. That is an excited look on your face. What's happened?
I'm just at PFI and I'm excited.
Excellent. Good stuff.
Yeah.
They put something in the water.
No, just love it.
No, excellent. I've had an energy drink. That's probably a mistake.
Definitely a mistake because I watched you drink a coffee about an hour before as well.
There you go. There you go. Another one of the hat. Again, mine's better. There's no...
I thought you told me that was one of one.
No, this is. Look, it's different.
Let's have a look.
That's got white
yes,
outline.
Okay,
yeah, mine
yeah.
hasn't. Mine's better. I believe. Yeah, so there you go. Ava Morris there just sitting there going, what on earth are they doing? So, understandably. Right then, not long before this race gets underway, obviously, I want to throw predictions out for you on this one.
State the obvious.
It's hard to not state the obvious a little bit in this one a little bit.
You never know, however. You never know what's going to happen in a race. Of course, quite a long lap for drivers, long race distance. Drivers can make mistakes, like we've seen so far this weekend. Mechanic can maybe make a mistake. Things can potentially sometimes go wrong. That's a bit of engineering there from you. That is, of course, by Marvellous Marv. Oh, wow. Thanks, Marv.
There are as many tools you need in a mechanic's toolbox. Three of them, to be precise. One is cable ties.
Yep.
One is duct tape. The other is WD-40. other brands are available. And that's all you need.
Okay.
And maybe some snips for the cable ties.
Yeah.
There you go. And that's a mechanic's toolbox.
Stanley knife.
Stanley knife. I'll let you giggle about that, because there we go. Right then, last qualifying heat of the day before the finals. What tools can you find in your toolbox, Nicole? You could probably find a grid. Here you go. Take us through it, Nicole. You haven't got it in front of you. You're well prepared.
I do have it in front of me. It's
right there. It's right there.
No.
Yeah.
Seven drivers in your field in total. Front row, Harrison Whitcomb alongside Lizzie Mentier. Second row, Eva Morris with Emma Rose Dowling, who was hoping for a good race. Of course, technical gremlins with that side pod meant that she did not manage to finish. Then she was disqualified because she, of course, unfortunately ignored those technical flags, which resulted in a black flag. Third row of your grid sees Benjamin Baker with William Antrobus. 4 rows in total, 7 karts. Milo Manderson, your typical KZ2 driver, is your last runner of that. So these drivers looking to set themselves up for your finals later on, and looking to set themselves up to try and take down Harrison Whitcomb, of course. Whitcomb has been near enough unstoppable, but even he himself said it earlier on after post-race. He said everybody is now starting to speed up quite a lot. Everybody's starting to get faster. You know, he wasn't actually the outright fastest driver in your last qualifying heat. That quickest time, I believe, actually went to Emma Rose Dowling in the end. So, let's never say never out there. Drivers could decide to work together, shuffle him into the pack. He could have a problem out there, or somebody might just decide to turn the dial up to 11, find that extra bit of pace to hold off Whitcomb.
Never say never.
Justin Bieber song, that is.
Was it? Yeah. Oh, no, get it out. Oh, no, I don't like that.
Oh.
Sometimes I say things. What's it that Claudia Short says that I do a lot? Verbal something. There we go. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you to our man in my ears, the elusive voice in my head. Right then, the field's getting ready. OKN Senior, qualifying Heat 2. Again, temperature getting into those tyres. The start of the race in that previous one, I thought Eva Morris was going to go full send on Harrison Whitcomb into the banking. I think she just went through. Milo waving at someone there. Be like, don't know who's waving at there.
Potentially somebody up on the bank there, Bobby Game.
There we go. Good to see. Good to see indeed. Right. Field getting themselves ready then. Hold your breath for this one. Are we going to see a lap 1 lunge here from one of these drivers to try and break the winning streak of the dominant Harrison Whitcomb into the tram lines? We are racing towards turn 1. Communications happening there on the start-finish line. Whitcomb holds on to the lead, though, under the bridge as they enter through. It's calm, steady start. Eva Morris holds on to second. Mentier down to third. Oh, little lick of oversteer there for Whitcomb. Checks over the shoulder and just says, no, I am still good after that one. All fine. Milo Manson on the charge here. It's a 4-place gain already, Nicole, on the move.
Yeah, Lizzie Mentier did not have the first half a lap that she would have wanted, has dropped back slightly, but now recovers it and gets past then. Emma Rose Dowling sending it down the inside of Milo Anderson and opens up the door for William Antrobus as well. But story is, as story has been so far this year, Harrison Whitcomb out in the front, purple sector number 1, purple sector number 2, not being held up by anybody out there in his own clean air, and will tick off your first lap. But Eva Morris is there. Eva is there. She is within half a second. She's just under 4/10 behind Harrison, so she could give it a go. She's in that toe distance as well. A bit of wind has picked up in the past 10-15 minutes, so she could maybe be benefited from that as well, because she does sit a lot shorter than Harrison in the kart. Harrison, is actually the tallest driver for your senior grid, so that could be a little bit of a disadvantage out there for him. He's also, of course, been however, trying to save the tyre. So is it the case that he doesn't try and bolt off massively from Morris? Maybe Morris could give it a good go. And talking of giving it a good go so far, Emma Rose Dowling absolutely on the tail of Lizzie Mentier.
Yeah, indeed. And to bring up that point you were saying about, saving those tyres, that's what we were seeing in that previous race at the very end, where the gap closed down to about 0.3 of a second in the very end. I caught up with Donna, who was walking back from watching from the banking, and she said to me, it's just like, Anthony, what on earth was he doing on that last lap? Because how on earth did that gap go from 2 seconds down to 0.3? So I'd be like, I think he was just cooling the tyres down. I think a little bit too much for my liking. But fair enough. We'll keep a close eye on it. Out of the final corner, Benjamin Baker, the fastest driver out there. This is looking good. 56.070. Quick lap there in third place. Closing in on Eva Morris, and has actually made the move already. Eva Morris now will fight it back. Bit of contact between the two of them. Lizzie Mentier gets the 1.5 for 1. 2 for 1, there we go, into the Fullerton S's, but is also under investigation.
Well, 4-kart battle now for P2, but all that's going to do is release Harrison Whitcomb. He's now almost been given 2 seconds out there. Was 4-kart battle, make it a 5-kart battle, because William Antrobus is now part of this as well. So Mentier from Morris, from Baker, from Dowling, from Antrobus. Madison's got a bit of time to try and make up, but this could potentially give us a little bit of entertainment out there, ladies and gentlemen. So big lick of curb for our drivers does allow things to be set up. Emma Rose Dowling almost trying to have a go at Benjamin Baker, but just backed off and didn't quite have the run round the bowl. Off of the bridge, these drivers will go on the limit, using all of the grip out of there to run off of that rumble strip, back down into turn number 1, where these drivers are really late, really hard on these brakes, but of course have got to be careful. They don't want to lock things up on the OKN engine. They don't want to get too low in those revs, make it hard work and put themselves at a stalling risk as well. I know throughout practice sessions earlier on, I won't name any names, but caught up with one of the drivers and they said, I went into that first hairpin and locked the brakes too hard and stalled it.
Well, there you go. Thank you for that, Nicole Sutherland. I don't know, I lost my train of thought on that one. Right then, Harrison Whitcomb is in the lead. The gap is now 2.3 seconds from Mentier Morris. That fight still going on. Baker, Dowling, Antrobus still there. Manderson just tucked off the back of that one. Fastest lap of the race, 56.030 now for Whitcomb. Breaks away even further as they head down in towards hairpin number 1. For all of these drivers here, they have, do you reckon they've just been like, right, okay, let's fight on ourselves here. Let's push our way forward in our own race.
Yeah, none of these drivers are giving up. None of them are thinking...
not at all.
They're not looking at Harrison Whitcomb and thinking, oh, he's got it. Not whatsoever. They're just probably thinking, for now, I'll pick off every position and every point as I possibly can to try and set myself up for the final, so that when it does come down to the big moment, the moment that counts, I can try and give it a good go. Lizzie Mentier, you can see by the body language, she's still trying to push out there pace-wise. She's actually fastest driver out there with a 55.806. Previous lap was a tenth faster than Whitcomb.
Indeed. So, again, it's showing that the pace is there. It's just getting it at the right time of the race. Of course, at the beginning of it, they were close. They could have been close enough for an attack, but then you have those moments where, Baker goes to the move, then Whitcomb's gone, and then Mentier fights through, because then they try to fight it back, and then they lost out loads of time there at that point. So, again, track position kind of vital, but it's being able to get that early position as soon as you possibly can. Now, a great example of this, I think, comes from a quote from, I don't actually know the quote from the person, but Valentino Rossi, I think, gives a great quote in MotoGP back when he was racing. If someone overtakes you, the best thing you can do is immediately attack back into the next corner. Do not wait for, the next 3 turns or anything like that. No, immediately. And that is what keeps the fight on. And we did see that from Eva Morris, and that's what I like about that sort of battle situation. Yes, okay, it may have not worked out for her on that point, but it's that mentality that, yeah, okay, I've lost it, but I'm instantly going to take it back.
Yeah, of course, these drivers, as soon as the gap is there, as soon as it presents itself, they will try and do it. And that is exactly what Eva Morris attempted there. Opened the door up, of course, for Lizzie Mentier, but she saw that Benjamin Baker was lacking something out of that first hairpin and instantly thought, nose is going to go down the inside and I'm going to give it a go.
Yeah, indeed. And also the famous other quote from Ayrton Senna of, if you no longer go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver. And I know you were just Googling that one there, but I do remember that interview. I wasn't around during that time to watch it live, but I did see it obviously in a replay.
Yeah, of course. So, out there in the front, Whitcomb, of course, 2 seconds clear. This is the biggest gap he has had so far this weekend. However, not the biggest gap that he's had this year in this series. Out at Silverstone, wet racing, he had things by over 10 seconds at one point in that wet weather. You know, he could have had 2 5-second penalties and still taken an incredible win out there. Benjamin Baker, now fastest driver out there with a 55.659. So previous lap, he was 0.2 faster than Whitcomb. As through that first sector, now Emma Rose Dowling has found something a little bit extra. And let's not forget, because of that technical side pod issue earlier on, Emma's got a couple of laps extra tyre-wise to play with here. She's playing with it to try and get past Baker once more out of that final corner. Great speed by Dowling there. She's not going to have a look just yet into that first corner. Of course, driver's on the limiter of the engine, so it makes it a little bit hard work. Up round the bowl, uses the grip to edge closer ever more. Doesn't see a gap into the sharp left-hander or off of the bridge, but first hairpin is always an opportunity. Dowling fastest now, faster than Baker, but still not quite got the bravery on 4 wheels to go for it. This could quite potentially light things up though. Mentier now under an increasing cloud of Eva Morris. It's not just the clouds in the sky, it's the clouds on her shoulders now that's applying a bit of pressure. Oh, Lizzie Mentier, 5-second penalty out there. Mentier, the driver in P2, has been given a 5 seconds.
Well, jump start is what it's been reported in my ears for Lizzie Mentier. And, of course, they will have been watching that back on the race control cameras just to see was she ahead at the start of that one. And it was deemed that she was. That is such a harsh penalty for the jump start because she's obviously not gained from it or anything, but it's still jump start's a jump start and you have to adhere to the regulations on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Luckily, because we've got a bit of a smaller grid, it's not going to throw her off too much points-wise, but still not what she would have wanted, especially not while she sat there in that second. So Eva Morris is probably, for the time being, actually unaware that that's the case for Mentier. Maybe at some point she'll be signalled by mechanic Aidan to say, you don't necessarily need to pull anything risky off here, because Lizzie's not a competitor anymore. There you can just visibly see she's got around about half a kart length there, distance-wise, between her and Harrison Whitcomb on the approach towards the start-finish gantry.
Yeah, indeed. A big shame there. Right then, through the final corner, there is Whitcomb across the line now onto lap number 11 of this race. The gap, 2 seconds now. Whittingham, I think, has started to just ease it back a little bit now. Exactly what he did in the first race.
Yeah, of course. You know, tyre preservation phase. He doesn't need to push it. He doesn't need to make a mistake. He needs to just baby things home now. Kart Republic machinery for all these drivers. IAME OKN engines bolted. 2 things. Great stuff by all of our competitors in the field. 7 look like they will finish this race, but Mentier, being the biggest one to maybe lose out, 5-second penalty for her for now will drop her to the bottom. Changes going on still. Benjamin Baker caught off guard.
Well, yeah, I mean, they went into the Fullerton S's there, and I certainly understand that body language there as he was going in. It just had a little bit of a tap there and a tap there, and then all of a sudden didn't have the position anymore. Final lap then comes out. Whittingham leads Mentier. Gap 1.8 seconds. Morris, Dowling, Baker, Antros and Manderson as they goes through. And there you can see Lizzie Mentier again showing the fastest lap of the race. Is dialing in now on this one to keep Morris at bay. However, that 5-second time penalty for that jump start looms over the shoulder here as Eva Morris again continues to pile on that pressure. a victim of his own success here, Harrison Whitcomb. We've not seen much of him in this race, but he's done a great job once more in these qualifying heats as he enters the Mike Wilson complex for the final time in the qualifying heats. He will see that checker flag. He will see 25 championship points. He will see the maximum points so far you can score in a championship. Honestly, working it out last night, if he wins this final, I don't think he can be caught, as Emma Dowling sees an investigation flag. I was expecting to see that. And yes, that one I'm sure we will see sorted out later on. But there for Harrison Whittingham, it's another one done and dusted. Lizzie Mentier, Eva Morris, Emma Dowling, Benjamin Baker, William Antrobus and Milo Madison rounding out the 7 karts field. And they will make their way back to Parc Fermé. The job done and dusted then for the qualifying heats. The finals will be up later on today. They will be on track from 3 o'clock local time here. So we've got a bit of a wait before then, about just over an hour's time before those karts will be on track for the final. But for the seniors, their job done and dusted. And there, Harrison Whittingham, deserved result there. See, I think he's forgot the format there as yourself first, then your kart and yourself. And yes, make yourself back onto the grid. Well then, in terms of the intermediate classification, Harrison Whittingham 100 points to his name there after that second win. Confirms his pole position start. Lizzie Mentier at this moment is currently on that front row of the grid. However, that 5-second time penalty will dive her down the order, and that may affect her positioning for the final. Eva Morris currently third with 82 points out of Benjamin Baker, who now jumps ahead of William Antrobus. Emma Dowling, who jumps ahead of Manderson, and yes, holds on to 70 points. And there is Whittingham again. A job well done, and a pole position start for that final later on today. And there we go. Is that a bit of debris on his visor there? I'm not quite sure what that one's from. Right then, those drivers then will head back to the main tent here with all the karts in there. A real homely atmosphere in that one, as clouds looming over the circuit now. A potential of maybe some rain for the finals. We're not too sure. We'll keep an eye on the weather forecast indeed, but that will be quite the busy second half of the day. Again, there was a risk of rain for the finals yesterday. It'd be a shame if we saw a similar story in this one with, as we mentioned, 3 more races to go for the juniors, minis and seniors. That will be out for those finals at 3 o'clock local time. So we look forward to seeing those drivers out there. Right, so let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, our qualifying heats are done and dusted then, and we're back with Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison, the only thing within that race to maybe try and put you off a little bit apparently was a bird.
Yeah, a bird decided to do his business right on my visor, so that was a bit distracting, but yeah, it was another good race.
Okay, so besides that, you know, at least somebody tried to give it a go to throw you off a bit. You know, stellar stuff for you again, Harrison. It's so impressive that you're out there and you're as fast as you are. Going into the final, we're expecting a similar story. Again, you know, track development over the course of today, any changes at all for you grip-wise, or?
To be honest, I think it stayed quite the same. The LeCont tyres are really, really good, and I'm quite enjoying it. I'm hoping someone will give me a challenge, but I quite like these karts at the moment, so we'll see how it goes.
See how it goes indeed. Thank you very much then, Harrison. Harrison Whitcomb, of course, pole sitter for your final later on. Of course, finals are the last races to go. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll get into those later on this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, we will. As mentioned, those will be starting at 3 o'clock local time. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. We will take a short break, and, of course, we'll be back for those finals at 3 o'clock. Do not go anywhere. It's finals time here for day 2 of the Champions of the Future Academy Programme UK Series. Welcome to the heart of the United Kingdom, Lincolnshire, home to the PF International Circuit, just south of Lincoln, just north of Grantham, the home of British karting. Here at PFI, many champions have been crowned, and in a few moments' time, we will see 3 finals that will crown some new potential championship leaders in the classes of mini, junior, and potentially senior, but that one very close indeed. The live pictures here from the circuit. The weather has closed in. I can see off in the distance, right in front of the main grandstand, the commentary position, it is raining right over the fields, but here at the circuit, no rain spotted for the finals, which is good to see. And the first of those finals making their way out onto the circuit, the OKN Junior Final will be the first one out on track, which we'll see Freddie Wood on the pole position spot, starting alongside the pole sitter from this morning of Harley Musk. A reminder of what happened yesterday in those finals in the junior category. It was Louis Radcliffe who took the win in that final. Now he starts this final on the 4th spot of the grid, the outside of row number 2, so has got a really good shot still in this race to push his way forward. Sukmani Kira took 2nd as well. She starts on the inside of row 2. So again, a really good, strong positioning for her. Andy Stewart as well qualified very well in yesterday's racing and finished on that podium with a P3. Andy Stewart today will have to fight for a podium from the 5th row of the grid. So we could see a change of events in this one, a change of podium sitters, because other drivers who missed out on it was Freddie Wood, who yesterday in that final finished P4. Today starts it on pole position and will have a really strong start here to push that kart to that P1 spot at the end of this 15-lap final. Once again, another long race for these drivers ahead of them as they get themselves primed and ready to go here for round 2 of the Champions of the Future Academy Programme UK Series. Of course, round 1 was at the home of British Motorsport at the iconic Silverstone circuit with their brand new track, which at the moment this weekend is currently playing host to their first 24-hour endurance race on that kart track. And right now, here in round 2, the home of British karting, we see a plethora of new drivers taking to the top. Current championship points, it is Louis Radcliffe who leads the way, but only by 3 points. Sukmani Kira with 170 points, with only 3 points deficit from Radcliffe's 173. Lucian Smith 3rd in the points with 160, is 8 points clear from Colby Patterson. Harley Musk, who starts on this front row of the grid, 5th in the points with 112 from Andy Stewart's 111. Freddie Wood and George Clark with 79 and 75 championship points. And there you see the grid nearly ready to go for this race start. It is due to start at 3 o'clock, which is in about 10 minutes time or so from now. But you can see they're on the grid, ready to get going and priming themselves ready. Quite the busy day it has been for many of the drivers, but someone who will be able to tell us a little bit more about how the drivers are feeling is Nicole Sutherland, who is down on the grid.
Can indeed tell you a bit more than Anthony. Thank you very much. And we'll start, of course, with Freddie Wood. Freddie, first weekend for you in OKN Junior. Pole, however, right up at the sharp end of the field. And, of course, not the first pole that you would have had here at PFI. You know the circuit well. A final like this, how do you control things?
Well, you just always have to have a good start and then go from there, see if you need to open the race out or back it up to see what your options are at that time.
And when you're saying back it up, of course, that means, trying to stop the people behind and actually cause a bit of chaos behind you. You know, is that right? Is that maybe sometimes the goal for you when you're a race leader?
Yeah, sometimes you need to back it up, defend, to then make sure that, or hope that you get a gap and you can break away, but that is hard.
Well, Freddie, we'll see if that is going to be the story for you for this race. Of course, that is Freddie Wood, who's starting alongside Harley Musk. Harley, of course, didn't have the end of the day that he would have wanted yesterday, but headed into this one with a qualifying heat win earlier on this morning, and of course a pole as well. Just behind Freddie Wood on the second row of things, we've got Sukhmani Kira. Sukhmani, of course, was your final leader for the most part of things yesterday. Sukhmani, yesterday looked really good for you in the final. You know, you were a race leader. It sort of unravelled last lap to Louis Ratcliffe. You know, what have you changed between then and now to try and replicate a similar race?
So yesterday we had a really good start and managed to lead, and then on the last lap I made a massive mistake in the first hairpin, so I just need to try and defend properly this time.
And defensive driving around this track, Sukhmani, you know, talk us through it. You know, long sweeping corners, how do you hold off the drivers behind? How do you kind of park the kart?
I just have to keep focused on myself, not look behind too much, and just hope this race goes well now.
Well, we'll see how this one unfolds then. Sugars, thank you very much. Let's see who else we've got out here. We have got Louis Ratcliffe alongside Sukhmani Kira again. Of course, they're drivers that saw plenty of each other yesterday. We've then got Manny Nuvolini, the young Mercedes driver who is here on his first appearance at PFI, alongside Colby Patterson. Colby Patterson on Sunday at Silverstone took the final win. Is Sunday a bit of a special for him? We're going to find out. Colby, this weekend, you know, you've gone a little bit under the radar. We've not seen too much of you, but we know that you're good on a Sunday. We saw a Sunday win from you at Silverstone. You know, how are you feeling about today?
I'm feeling good about today. Hopefully just a big push in the final, but the other two heats weren't great, but we can fight from here.
And actually, yourself and all of the drivers ahead of you race here a lot. You've all done plenty. Finals round here for you. How do they typically unfold? Because it gets quite busy, right?
It just gets quite white lining, and then pretty much you just have to make something happen.
Well, we'll see if you make something happen, and we'll see if you can get in another final win. Good luck for this race. Just behind Colby Patterson, we've got the other Ratcliffe in the field, younger brother of Louis. This is Harry, and we're going to see how he's feeling. Harry, good stuff for you so far this weekend. You know, you've been sort of a midfielder, but now you're starting this one. Brother, of course, is up there. How are you feeling going into this one?
Yeah, I'm going to try and make my way up and see what I can do. Try and get up there with Louis.
And compared to Silverstone, where we had pretty much torrential rain out there, nice dry race going into this one. Tyres are bedded in for you. Kart itself throughout the progress this weekend, how's that been feeling?
Yeah, we've had a pretty strong kart with the team doing well, and yeah, just trying my best.
Well, let's see what your best brings you then, Harry. Good luck for this one. 3-minute board has been shown to our drivers. Sorry, 5-minute board has been shown to our drivers. Who else have we got? We've got Devon Titz in the mix this weekend. Him and Manny Nuvolini, both Mercedes junior drivers, both first appearance at PFI. And actually, for Devon, it's a first junior weekend. Has jumped out of a Mini and is definitely gone in at the deep end. Devon, good to have you here. You're a Mercedes driver. You're a driver that, you know, you've only really just started racing outside of Germany. First weekend in the UK, what's that been like?
Yeah, it's different. There are so many good drivers here, and also hard to race against them. Yeah.
And when you're saying the drivers are good, you know, what is it that they really get right? Is it the defence? Is it their aggression? Are they just outright really quick? Can you tell us a bit more?
They can good defend, and also they are very aggressive.
And of course, we've seen you as well had to be a little bit aggressive throughout the weekend. A couple of penalties have gone out there for you, but you've been really quick for a first weekend in juniors. You're now starting actually quite high up. Reckon you can get to the front?
Yeah.
Well, Devon, we'll see how that one unfolds. Good luck for you. And just to remind you, first junior weekend, you know, really impressive stuff for Devon. He's starting alongside Andy Stewart. Andy? Good to see you, as always. Silverstone went really well. You know, a sharp end of the field, really good stuff. Yesterday went really well. Podium for you. Podium on the cards again?
Hopefully, yes. I'm hoping just to keep gaining more places from P10, just get a good start, and I feel like good starts always help with the fact to get pushed up the field at start, but even without a good start, then I just want to get a podium on my karts.
And of course, you come from Northern Ireland. Yourself and Johnston do a lot of travelling to get to these races. You know, you're always flying around the place. You know, you're racing in the UK, you're racing in Europe, you're in the International Series for 2026 as well. You know, this circuit, you come here quite a lot, right? What makes PFI, Paul Fletcher International, special?
I feel like definitely the racing at PFI definitely makes it the track that it is, especially with all the tight corners, all the different types of corners. I feel like that just makes PFI.
And going into this one then, like you said, special circuit for you, racing is always exciting. For you to try and get up to the front, first couple of laps is going to be really crucial, right? And in those first couple of laps, what is it that you're really going to try and do?
I am definitely going to try to stay on the inside this time and through every corner, and not go to the outside basically, because outside there's no grip around there. I just need to stay in with the people in front of me and get going.
Well, we'll watch you get going then, Andy. Thank you very much, as always. So, first final is up. We are ready for this one, and we're going to throw back up to Anthony Jordan in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Right. I am in the commentary box. I am looking out of the window towards the other side of the circuit. That cloud that I called out earlier on the other side of the trees is equivocally coming ever closer as this race is nearing the start. That was miles away. It looks a lot closer than what it was about 5 minutes ago. This could be interesting here. It's quite a big old cloud. It looks like it is moving somewhat away, but it is coming ever closer, and this could be a very challenging situation we find ourselves in. Now, I'm looking at my radar on my phone, and yeah, it is kind of moving in a southerly direction. And, oh dear, yeah, that could be a spot of bother in the next few moments. Well, we'll have to wait and see. For right now, the juniors are focused on one thing and one thing only, and that is when this race will start. And right now, the 1 minute board goes up in the air as the grid will very soonly be cleared from anyone other than the mechanics to get this race started. Of course, all these drivers are on the slick tyres. Right now, the LeCont slick tyres. These tyres will have been used from the word go this morning with time qualifying. Those qualifying heats are now these finals. Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box from the grid. Nicole, I want to pay your attention to the ever-looming clouds over the trees in the background there. They have loomed in ever closer, I'm sure.
You love to talk about rain, don't you?
Do you know what?
Jordan?
I love to keep people on their toes. You know?
You love to make mechanics panic.
I do, and well, I think I'm panicking Dan Ashton as well a little bit on the
74%.
Yeah, I was just looking at my radar on my phone. Certainly going to be quite an interesting one. Anyway, the engines fire up. The drivers make their way out onto the track. Let's take you through this full starting lineup. As Nicole, are you mimicking me a little bit there?
No, I'm getting myself ready.
Are you? By copying exactly what I say. Right then, here's your grid for OKN Junior. Freddie Wood and Harley Musk on that front row of the grid. Sukmani Kira and Louis Radcliffe on row 2. Final winner from yesterday. Can he do the same today? Manny Nuvolini and Colby Patterson on row 3. Max Boshoff and Harry Radcliffe go from row number 4. There we'll see Devin Titz and Andy Stewart on row 5. Lucian Smith and Ava Lawrence round out the first half of the field on row 6.
Row number 7 sees younger brother of Andy Stewart, Johnston Stewart, alongside Benjamin Paulsen of Sweden. 8th row of your field sees Leo Livings with Alessandro Salas on his first appearance in the Champions of the Future Academy programme, with row number 9 being Lorenzo Zucchetto, a reoccurring theme within the Champions of the Future Academy, alongside Ashe Nagura. 10th row, top 20, is Ollie Brunt alongside the Italian-American Avenzo Stambau, and your 11th and final row for your first final of the day, Cecil Courts sees Joseph Davies, but unfortunately I do not think Joseph Davies will be joining us again. Of course, we haven't seen Joseph today. Real shame to not to have him within our field. Hoping all is well out there, Joseph.
Yes, indeed. Right then, field on their formation. Laps now still very close in that virtual championship, Nicole. 3 points separates Louis Radcliffe and Sukmani Kira into this race. That is incredibly close, and of course, the prize at the end with just 2 rounds to go. It's a big one.
Yeah, of course. Big prizes on the lines for drivers in every single category. For your juniors and seniors, potential prizes to go and race at the FIA World Karting Championships with, of course, a factory team. That's a huge opportunity, and that's an opportunity that Louis Radcliffe and Sukmani Kira are at the front of. But we're only at that halfway stage, and we are now going into a new final.
We certainly are. Right then, here we go into the final corner and into the tram lines. Rain on the way, but it's a dry track now. Are we racing? The answer is no. They go round again. It's a false start. Rain looms ever closer.
False start, potentially. Is there something going on with Devin Titz out there? Devin, not seeing him now within our field. Of course, he was very much on your grid earlier on. We spoke to the young German driver, but on my timing screen, there seems to be something a bit untoward. And I'm trying to look out of the commentary box window to see if I can see that Adidas Mercedes branded suit. I can see the first belonging to Manu Nuvolini. Can't, however, see the second belonging to Devin Titz.
Well, there it is, Manu Nuvolini. Yes, cannot see him. There he is, being dragged off the circuit. The number 55, Devin Titz, out of this race. And that is a shame. That is on the banking there, on the bowl. And that will mean another missing kart from the field. And in the German's first appearance here, of course, at PFI in its first outing in the juniors, that is not the way he wanted to end his final race. Right then, with the rest of the grid then, we are ready to go after that first false start. Let's see if we're going this time around then, as the field once more slowly makes the way out of the Mike Wilson complex and in towards those tram lines. Are we racing? It is lights out and fights on towards turn 1, nearly 3 wide at the very start there, but it is a good start for Harley Musk. Was it too good? Though, to be true, Musk has broken away massively from the rest of the field. The rest of them all fighting for position as they enter onto the Litchfield Bridge. Down the hill they go for the first time. Musk leads quite considerably there for the rest of the field. I think, is that Louis Radcliffe who's there into second place? I think it might be. And then the rest of the field all fighting for position. The whole rest of the field there all gets through the first 2 corners unscathed. Crucially there, though, Sukmani Kira holding on to third, leads the rest of the main pack through the Fullerton S's.
Well, looming is the question, was Musk's start a bit too good, or was Freddie Wood just caught half asleep? We know for now he sat further down in the order than where he started from, down in P4 for now, because Musk leads from Louis Radcliffe, from Sukmani Kira, from Freddie Wood. Over the line they will go, and Musk, nice sizable gap out there, 6/10. Harley has given himself. Louis, P2, up by 2 positions with Sukmani Kira just right there as nice little send down the inside after the curb and into the bowl by Manu Nuvolini. Nuvolini now gets past Colby Patterson. So, not breaking away now is Musk. Of course, wind is picking up and Louis Radcliffe, visibly really quick, has actually shaved off 0.4 of a second between himself and Musk. Gets up there, but Harley Musk, the penalty has come in. 5 seconds for your race leader.
And I was expecting that. That start did look too good to be true for Harley Musk, and that will be seen on the board this time for them. And, well, that is going to be quite the eye-opener now. Harley Musk got one thing and one thing to do, and that is damage limitations here now. Will try and break away 5 seconds at the front of the field to see where he can finish. The sun is shining on the circuit here. A big spot of blue sky has come over us, but the dark clouds still loom off in the distance. Sukmani Kira sets the fastest lap of the race, is pushing Louis Radcliffe to attack, which he does into hairpin 1. Sukmani Kira follows, Musk down to third.
Kira then lets Louis Radcliffe do the hard work ahead of her. Ratcliffe out of the second hairpin, perfects things, gives himself around about a kart length gap. So Sukmani Kira not out of the woods just yet, but Harley Musk now is under some pressure, not just by Freddie Wood and the Mercedes of Manu Nuvolini, but under the pressure of a 5-second penalty. As it stands right now, he dropped all the way down to around about P16 on the road. Final corner now complete, dizzyingly high speeds for all of your top 6. Ratcliffe from Kira, from Musk, from Freddie Wood. Manu Nuvolini as Colby Patterson is still within the fight. He's still right there. Kira just dancing along the line on the entrance towards the bowl. Looks to maybe put the nose down the inside, but Louis Ratcliffe now going slight defensive. Off the Litchfield Bridge these drivers will go. As in P3, Musk is still there, and there it happens already. We're going defensive. Freddie Wood looks to try and give it a go. Manu Nuvolini just watching how this one unfolds. Let's not forget, this is also a big learning opportunity for Nuvolini to try and suss out how the British drivers race this track. He knows that all 4 ahead of him. It's a circuit that they've all raced on plenty within career so far, so he's probably looking at, where are you going to park it on the white line? Where are you going to go for a move? What can I do? What can I learn to get myself into that top spot?
Well, only time will tell what they figure out in the remainder of this race, because, well, we're only ending lap number 4 here of 15, and this is your fight for the race lead here from first down to 7th. Only less than a second separates them. Sideways there goes Sukmani Kira. Nearly loses the back end after a little bit of a moment there through the banking, and that has given Ratcliffe just that little bit of breathing space here. Salas now the fastest driver out there. There is Andy Stewart. She said she was going to keep to the inside line. She does so in towards hairpin number 2, but it's not going to keep hold of the place on that one. Down towards the Fullertonesses once again. Radcliffe's lead holds at 2/10. It's already closing in. Sukmani Kira, despite that sideways moment, still in control of P2. Freddie Wood there in 3rd from Nuvolini, Musk, Lawrence, Patterson, Smith, Andy Stewart 9th. Alessandro Salas, who was the fastest driver in that previous lap, still holding on to the top 10. Over the line, on to lap 6. Race is far from over. This is the Wood and Nuvolini fight, as once again, Sukmani Kira on the attack, so is Nuvolini down the inside. Here comes, though, Harley Musk trying to repeat the favour, and does not manage to squeeze through, stays in P5 as Ratcliffe now under pressure.
Whoa.
Here comes Sukmani Kira, throws the dummy, sends it down the inside. Beautiful overtake, and that is how you do that as she takes the lead on lap number 6.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, no, you haven't got deja vu. You're not watching yesterday's race, although it is identical in the setup of your front 2. Sukmani Kira with Louis Ratcliffe, 1 and 2. Manu Nuvolini now in P3 as, you know, you said it, Sukmani absolutely threw the dummy there to Louis Ratcliffe. I think a bit of an over-defensive posture for Ratcliffe has just cost himself that race lead. But a third of the distance has been complete. Still plenty more time to go for this change to still go on. And like we said, it can happen at the very last moment as well. We saw that in the final yesterday, where, of course, Ratcliffe took the race win at the first hairpin. So off the bridge they'll go once more. Kira now, does she go defensive into the first hairpin? No, she doesn't. She sits on the racing line as Louis Ratcliffe points to Manu Nuvolini to say, assist me, help me with this one, push the gap open and get past Kira as a duo. Nuvolini looks to edge closer as Freddie Wood is still in this one, as is Harley Musk. I would say, you know, that sideways moment for Sukmani Kira a couple of laps ago, maybe she was a bit assisted into that one by Musk.
Yeah, maybe, and we'll keep an eye on the progress here and the body language of the drivers and how they're feeling, but still they are pushing through this race quite well. Sukmani Kira then out of Pitts Bend, tucks in behind her NASA panel to see a gap increase of to 1/10 between herself and Ratcliffe. It's not going to be enough though. Ratcliffe down the inside into the banking, takes the lead away. Nuvolini gets through as well. Manu Nuvolini here. Tough day yesterday, his first time really racing on this track. Today a new day, and he's seemingly found his feet, but again in a similar story in the final, He got up to P2, but he's immediately on the defensive here, Nicole, allowing Louis Radcliffe to break away.
Well, Kira and Radcliffe were matched a moment ago. On positions gained. They were then, of course, 1 and 2. So for the time being, we're on the podium together. Oh, big moments out there. Harry Radcliffe off the road is joined by, is that maybe one of the
Lorenzo Zucchetto.
So Zucchetto and Harry Radcliffe off round the banking as Harry Radcliffe is put under a magnifying glass for potentially that incident. But going back to the Kira moment, as yellow flags will be waving and no overtakes will exist onto the bank, round the bowl, of course. Kira was momentarily virtual championship leader until Radcliffe took back the race lead and Nuvolini managed to snake his way through. So maybe a bit of a panic in the stomach of Sugars now for the rest of this race to try and get back into the lead of things on the road and in the points. For now, she'll have to sit settled there in P3 as Fred Wood, your pole sitter, still very much inside of the fight, as is Harley Musk, who's definitely calmed down, I would say, Anthony. And I think he's aware of that 5 seconds. He knows he can't cost himself any more time. He can't fall into the clutches of Smith, Stewart and Salas because he's just going to tumble down the order ever more. For the time being, he's already, technically sat around P16.
Yes, indeed. I'm curious to see if I saw a spot of rain there. I'll hold my tongue for the time being, but it's coming. Radcliffe still leads 0.3 of a second is the gap. Nuvolini there, you can see now tucking in, but still has Tukmani, Kira, Wood and Musk right behind for company, the rest of the train going through, but quite a significant gap that's starting to form between that first lead train and that second one just behind that Lucian Smith is leading. There you can see Andy Stewart just second in that group. Yellow flags out at hairpin 1. Another retirement from this race. And I believe that could be, is that Enzo Stamberg now out of the race? It's the number 14. It is, yes, the American out of this final, and a weekend to forget here at PF International.
Yeah, absolutely. Enzo then coming from the USA, but let's just focus on the battle though, because we've had a change for P3. Tukmani Kira loses not just 1 position, but 2. She loses out now to both Freddie Wood and Harley Musk, and now will have to sit as the last driver inside of this top train, which is also looking to maybe become a bit of a 6-kart train, because Colby Patterson is edging closer. But Enzo Stambau, the driver that comes from the USA, a driver that's part of the Minerva Virtual Academy, a driver that, really talented in his own right, has had some good moments this weekend, but, has got really unlucky time and time again, and definitely a weekend to forget, like you said there, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed. Lap 11 we are on. We'll be finishing that one and on to lap number 12 when they cross the line. Still, the fights rage on here, but no one really pushing. Well, I say no one really pushing hard. We're seeing it now. This is Alessandro Salis with a move down the inside on Andy Stewart. That's into the Bruno Ferrari S's. Stewart's going to fight it back. Here's Ava Lawrence now right behind us. Oh dear, Salas really wide there on the banking and rejoins, but lost out on a lot of time there. Into hairpin 1, Stewart and Lawrence here again. More moves down the inside as well. Big send for Max Bosch off there. That is a move past Salas. He'll fight it now in towards hairpin number 2. And that's the move done, and nicely done there on lap number 12.
Well, maybe something to shortly get excited about for the top 2. Louis Radcliffe over the previous lap was slower than Manny Nuvolini, sat there in P2. Over the course of the first 2 sectors, we have got that they're dancing around pace-wise. Radcliffe was faster sector number 1, Nuvolini faster in sector number 2, and then Nuvolini again. 3rd sector was faster, is catching up now, is reeling in. It was 0.3 of a second, now it's only 1/10 of a half. 13th lap out of 15 we are on, as the battle for the race lead is absolutely on there. Manny Nuvolini has taken it. Manny Nuvolini's got past, as has Fred Wood. Defensive he goes, the Frenchman into the first hairpin, ticks it off as the race leader gets back onto the racing line. As Freddie Wood, he said it on the grid walk, he's going to back things up, and now he's backing up Radcliffe into Musk, into Kira and into Patterson.
Yeah, indeed, and again in turn this is releasing now Manny Nuvolini at the front of that field, like you said, squeezing his way through. now has full control of this race with very limited time remaining of it. Out of the Mike Wilson complex, back onto the start-finish straight. Nuvolini leads the way, and this is the overtake. Down the inside onto the banking. Beautifully done. Musk very lucky there not to get caught out.
Yeah, of course. Wider line when these drivers get forced up the banking. You know, from the trees, it's a bit slippy up there, and that's probably why you saw Alessandro Salas just a couple of laps ago go really wide when he was forced off the line. Ratcliffe now does attempt to retaliate, takes back P2 from a mile away. We must admit, looks like Harley Musk was just about to take a bite out of Wood as well, but Wood, for the time being, still sat there in P3. So Nuvolini now is 3/10 clear from Ratcliffe, from Wood. No change between Musk and Kira, as Kira has now been overtaken by Colby Patterson. Colby Patterson into the top 5, but maybe not looking to replicate his Sunday Silverstone win.
No, indeed. This, though, time running out once more now. On to the final lap of this race. Nuvolini leads the way. His first appearance in the Academy Programme UK Series. His first appearance here at the Paul Fletcher International Circuit. And at this moment now, he's going to have to defend this final lap. Big check over the shoulder, goes defensive. Radcliffe round the outside, outrageous, but it's not worked out. Nuvolini slams the door closed on the exit. Wood now up into second place. Musk is back into play towards the Fullerton S's. Nuvolini leads. It's Wood from Musk. Musk will defend now from Radcliffe, who you can imagine will be infuriated not to be on that podium once more. The Frenchman, in his first outing here at PF International, will claim a win in the Academy Programme. Manny Nuvolini wins in PFI ahead of Freddie Wood. Harley Musk will finish in third on the podium today. Radcliffe, he may have won yesterday, but he misses out on it today with P4. Patterson from Kira, Smith from Lawrence, Stewart, Andy Stewart, that is 9th, from Leo Livings in 10th. But for Manny Nuvolini, the Mercedes junior driver, with his fellow Mercedes junior driver eliminated right to the very start of this race, he would go on to claim the final win here. And it will be the Frenchman on the top step of the podium here in PF International. And the rain held off for the time being for the juniors, which is lucky to see, but the rain slowly closing in, and Nuvolini going very slowly now on his return back to Parc Ferme. Your full order then: Manny Nuvolini takes the win then ahead of Freddie Wood, Harley Musk from Louis Radcliffe, Colby Patterson from Sukmani Kira, Lucian Smith from Ava Lawrence, both of those gaining 4 places to round out the top 8. Andy Stewart and Leo Livings rounds out the top 10 with a 5-place gain for Livings, ahead of Max Boshoff and Alessandro Salas in 12th place. Johnson Stewart 13th, ahead of Ashe Nagura. Benjamin Paulson 15th from Ollie Brunt. Cecil Courts rounds out the 17 finishers. Enzo Stambau, Lorenzo Tacchetto, Harry Radcliffe, Devon Titz rounds out the 21 finishers. And the non-starter of Joseph Davis, unfortunately. Well, the field make their way back to Parc Ferme. There you can see the ever-looming clouds that get closer and closer to the circuit here at PF International as the recovery operation now underway out on track. It will be the minis out next, who might be in a spot of bother with those wet conditions. The juniors just able to avoid it, and unfortunately the race winner from that one, who we will want to chat to, is right at the back of the order for this one. There he is, Manny Nuvolini, just chatting with the pole sitter for that final, Freddie Woods, who does finish second place on track. Harley Musk, of course, taking that third spot. Not the end of the woods, though, for Louis Radcliffe. May have finished off the podium, but still maintains his championship lead, only by 10 points, though, however. Sukmani Kira still second and still very much in the fight with 197. Colby Patterson third with 182, is now joint with Lucian Smith, also with those points there as well. Nuvalin, I think he spotted his mechanic now. I'm sure he's very happy with the result and smile on his face. And yeah, I think he's probably been told to stay with the kart, don't come over, because of course he's not been weighed yet. So that quite is a vital moment actually for the drivers. Here's a look at your highlights for the race, and this is quite the fight that we saw all the way throughout this final, with the moves up, left, right and centre. It would be the fight from Mani Nuvolini, though, right to the back of the pack. Harley Musk in the first stages of it in control. Lou Radcliffe fighting in the early stages, able to squeeze his way through. Sukmani Kira as well, also right up at the sharp end of the field. This is all at the beginning. We'd already lost Devon Titz at this point. Later in the race, at the banking section, we would lose Harry Radcliffe and Lorenzo Cecchetto. This was a change for the lead. Sukmani Kira, with that lead change, briefly took the lead of the championship standings as well. And that lead didn't last forever, though. With a quick move down the inside, the robust overtaking from Radcliffe that brought in Freddie Wood, brought in Colby Patterson, brought in Harley Musk again, and crucially, Mani Nuvolini. This was that overtake down the inside, and Nuvolini here really free to drive away. It wasn't all clean sailing, though, till the very end, as Musk as well just try to get back into those top orders, did successfully do so. It would be Mani Nuvolini over the line, deservedly very happy. The Frenchman, his first outing here at PF International, and claiming the final win. Well, plenty of action coming up. The minis and the seniors next in a potential change of track conditions. It's all on the cards. It's all to play for still here for round 2 of the Champions of the Future Academy Programme UK Series. And here at the Paul Fletcher International Raceway, action still very much upon us here with those minis coming up next. Before that, of course, we will be hearing from I'm sure our race winner on that one. He's, of course, will be quite some time. He's right at the back of that order. He's got to go through the weighbridge first, but the clean-up operation still underway out on track. Thankfully, we can report looks like all drivers were okay from those incidents, but clearly a very frustrating moment for the 4 drivers that unfortunately did not see that checkered flag. So quite the tough result for them. But still, the action is done as Lou Radcliffe heads to Lark Hall as the points leader, but only by 10 points from Sukmani Kira. Colby Patterson third in those points. The race leader and the race winner from that one, Mani Nuvolini, in his first outing, scores 98 championship points, now breaks inside the top 8 in the virtual championship, which of course with 2 rounds to go could still give him good opportunity for that main prize. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to the Cole Sutherland.
Well, we're down here then in Parc Ferme with a very happy Mani Nuvolini, who's maybe just had a bit of a panic momentarily on the scales, but everything is fine, everything's okay, and Mani Nuvolini has just taken the final win in junior. Mani, first appearance at PFI, great stuff out there for you, lots to be happy about.
Yeah, I'm very happy because yesterday was a bit difficult. We don't find the pressure, the setup and everything, so yeah, now we improve a lot. We work a lot with my dad, and yeah, I'm very happy.
And Mani, of course, Mercedes advised you to come and race here this weekend. They wanted you to be in a bit of a different mix for the weekend. What have you learned this weekend in Champions of the Future Academy UK Series that you're going to then take to your next race and take forward?
I learned because the English guy is not like in FIA, it's different race, and yeah, that's it.
Well, Manny, like we said, congratulations. You are the junior final winner. Lots to be happy about. That's Manny Nuvolini, your first final winner of the day. But next up, of course, we're going to be hunting down for our final winner in the minis.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, we will indeed. The minis coming up very, very soon with the rain incoming as well. But let's see what will happen. Those cards will be out very, very soon. We will take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. Minis coming up next. Two more finals to go, and the next one heading out onto the circuit. It's Mini 60 now heading out onto the track, and to report all slick tyres on the karts. It's not raining, but oh dear me, that's quite a large cloud heading towards us. Might make this one very, very interesting though for these drivers. But as it stands in the Mini 60 category, Chester Fawkes did enough to put it on pole position after the races today. Found himself fighting right exactly where he wanted to be with his results. That saw some really good results actually. It was a P1 and a P2 after qualifying third today. He found himself on the pole position spot. Charles Clough as well. Good results also. A second and a third. Qualifying fifth starts it on the front row of the grid as well. And Max Alex, who did qualify on that front row of the grid, still also good results. Third and a fourth. However, the pole sitter, James Roots, well, he finds himself starting on the outside of row 2. Still not impossible, but let's find out how the drivers are feeling with that big cloud looming in the background. Nicole, over to you.
Well, let's find out indeed then, Anthony. We're going to find out first with James Roots. James starting on the second row. Didn't have the final he would have wanted yesterday, but of course, with the format of the Champions of the Future Academy programme, these drivers get 2 opportunities per weekend to try and hunt down for some silverware. James, over in that direction, big cloud looming. Thoughts?
I'm not really sure yet. If it comes over, then I'm pretty ready, so.
And would you say, you know, fully ready because you're a driver that comes from the UK, you're sort of used to driving in those conditions where rain and slicks sometimes have to mix?
Yeah, it helps also. I've done a couple of races like this on this track, so that will come in handy.
And this track itself, when it comes to mini racing, you know, it's always busy in the first couple of laps. But you specifically, as a mini driver with lots of experience, how does a final round PFI typically unfold?
Normally it's quite hard. Normally it gets quite aggressive, and yeah, it's not much racing room.
Well, James, we'll see how this one unfolds, and just to reiterate then, we'll show some of that cloud in the background. You know, it's looking like it could be looming for these drivers. Maybe not the minis, maybe we're looking more at the seniors later on, but it's definitely a worry, it's definitely a thought in these drivers' minds. Max, good to see you here. First appearance, PFI potentially for you, you know, drivers around you, everybody's sort of had their elbows out, haven't they, this weekend? For you being up the front, how are you going to try and manage that in this race?
I will try to push, maybe try and overtake, and I will see how it will go.
And I just asked the same question to James. You know, we're looking at that cloud in the background, thinking it could maybe be a bit of a problem. For you, thinking out about it at all, or are you just thinking about the race?
I'm thinking more about the race now.
Well, Max, we'll see how this race goes for you. Good luck starting from that second row. 3-minute board is out for these drivers, so still plenty of time for us to really get involved and see what people are thinking. And the next driver I'm going to speak to is Ilyas Sami. Ilyas, good to see you here. You're a driver, you know PFI very, very well, and you know your coach of Danny Curl knows PFI as well, FIA World Champion here. The setup this weekend, what's it been looking like?
Good. Today it's been good. Setup's been good, and then yeah, hopefully I can win and see what happens in the race.
And talking to the racing round here, you've done plenty of it. You know, these mini finals, they get really busy. Anybody in particular you're looking at to try and keep behind you, or to really pick a position away from straight away?
Just win.
Just the win. And of course Chester Forks is at the front. We've seen some points this weekend. You and Chester have worked together a little bit. Tactical, or has that just been the sort of situation that you found yourself in?
If Danny Curl says we have to work together, we have to work together. It's up to him. That's his plans. Yeah, and hopefully I win, and I want to win.
Well, say again, Ilyas.
I'm the best.
Well, there you had it, ladies and gentlemen. Ilyas Sami said it, not me. And we're going to go into this final, of course. Lots of minis that could take this final win. Plenty of racing action coming up very shortly. Plenty of mini 60s that could push their way through the field. Second final of the day is coming up very shortly. Anthony Jordan, back to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, this race could be a very interesting one. The wind has picked up. It's certainly going to be very interesting here for the drivers. I've got to say, we're on a real knife edge with that cloud. It might just miss us here. We're right on the edge of where it's moving. Certainly a very tricky situation, as we've got the 1-minute board and the clear the grid board up in the air. The mechanics told to get back to a safe spot to watch this racing from the sidelines, as they will send the field of 20 drivers off to do battle here at PF International for the last time today in the class, which will see the likes of Chester Forks and Charles Clough on that front row of the grid. Of course, all these drivers now, they're still in the sunshine here, but for how much longer, as it does look rather windy, and judging by the fact that you're fixing your hair in the commentary box, Nicole, you look a bit wind-swept there.
Yeah, I think my hair's going to become a bit of an indication of what the wind it is like.
I said it, yes, it's a windsock.
It is.
You are
it is indeed.
a personal windsock
yeah,
for our broadcast.
Human, not weather forecaster, weather teller?
Meteorologist is the word you're looking for, Nicole. Right, here we go then. Field makes their way out. Look at the clouds in that shot there. Chester Forks, Charles Clough, row 1, Max Zalic, James Roots, row 2, Ilyas Sami. He's the best, apparently. Is he the best of the rest? Let's find out. He starts alongside Alfie Davidson on row 3. Albert Paulson and Josh Hushka go from row 4. Nurkran and Yusuf Adi go from row number 5, with Brody Batch and Austin Oman on the first half of the field on row 6.
Row number 7, Oliver Woodhull, who had moments of greatness earlier on in qualifying heats, forcing his way through the crowd, will start alongside fellow countrymen of Jay and Prakash, 2 of your under-10s drivers. 8th row sees Benjamin Shlivar, another of your under-10s alongside India's Arshi Gupta. And then from row number 9, Scotland's Chloe McGill, who is definitely going to be one to watch when we head to Larkall for our next event. She's starting alongside Max Armitt. 20 drivers in total for your 10 rows for the Mini 60 final. And it's Freddie Walker on P19 with that last spot belonging to Mason Hibbert, who has had an absolute contrasting weekend compared to what we saw from him at Silverstone, where we took 2 final wins, of course. Not the heat he would have expected today, but one final opportunity to see what Mason Hibbert is made of.
Certainly so. We're moments away from finding that one out as they get themselves ready to go for this one. Nicole, I'm throwing you under the bus. Predictions, who's it?
I don't like to make predictions because I feel like when I make predictions, it sometimes goes wrong for those drivers. I feel like I unintentionally curse them. And I think there's so many drivers within this that could absolutely take it. Forks, Clough, Zvaric, Roots, all have led races so far today. Then you've got Ilya Sami, who of course he said one of the best in the field, but I think every single one of the 20 in here think that they're the best, and every single one of the 20 could give it a go.
Indeed. Right then, here we go. Start of the race. Is there a chance of some precipitation? We'll have to wait and see as we enter into the tram lines. It's Mini 60. It's the final. And it's lights out and fights on towards turn 1 here. Strong start for Chester Fawkes, the inside line. Zaric up to second place. Rest of the field slots through then into the background now. 3-4 wide as they enter into the banking for the first time. 1 or 2 karts clouting the inside curb through the banking, but they all get through it relatively cleanly. Down the hill for the first time. Still Fawkes in the lead here, but he's under pressure. Here comes Max Zaric down the inside. The up and under though, wheel to wheel with Fawkes, but he's got the inside line. Zaric leads, and now down the inside goes Charles Clough. It's 3 wide to the Fullerton S's on lap 1.
Well, we've got another change for the race lead. Max Zvaric had it momentarily. He maybe going into this weekend wasn't a favourite, but now looks to be at the very end of the sharp part of your field. So change between your top 2 as our leader has now broken away slightly. Chester Fawkes again sees himself as the one to beat. Fawkes out in the front. Good stuff by Chester once more with Max Zvaric P2. Charles Clough down to P3 for the time being, as Ilya Sami already on the charge into P4 with Bodie Batch up by 6 positions. Batch hasn't had the day, but don't count him out. Took final win yesterday. Now looks maybe to have gone under the radar today like he did yesterday throughout qualifying heats, but when it counts, climb up the order, all under the guidance of 4-time Kart Masters champion Riley Cranham down the inside. Sami now instantly starting to attack once more, gets himself into P2.
Indeed, this is nice racing here, and yes, Chester Fawkes in the lead, but you'd never want to be on your own on this circuit, especially when you're in either a cadet or a mini class here. The tow, the slipstream, it's all too powerful. When you're in a group of 4 or 5 karts, you can bump draft each other along down the straighters. Oh dear, that it's very wide there in the middle of the Mike Wilson complex, nearly making contact with the barriers. The gap over the line down to 0.6 of a second. Sami, Zaric, Root, Batch, Clough all closing in on Chester Fawkes, and let's see how this one will transpire as they continue to close in. However, mutiny amongst the ranks. James Roots tries to attack, and Ilya Sami up and over the banking.
Chester Fawkes then, race leader, has got that battle buffer. He's got the advantage that Roots is backing up Zvaric, Batch and Ilias Sami. So Sami has now dropped back slightly into the pack, but he's still there, looks to try and take away position, go side by side. However, with Clough, as Oman for the first time this weekend gets into the sharper part of your field. But all that this is doing then, Anthony, is just releasing Chester Fawkes out there in the front, as James Roots, is also one of the protagonists in this. Mason Hibbert, I feel like, is starting to make some moves. Absolutely is. 10 places gained by Hibbert, who I just saw go through Bobby Game and take off another position.
Jayan Prakash is the latest retirement in this race, the first retirement in this race, very unfortunately. The young man who was on the podium yesterday in the Mini 60 under 10 category today will not see that podium. That is such a shame there. Fawkes at the front, fastest driver out there. However, Roots and Batch, they are second and third, nearly driving off the road there in the background. And oh dear, again, very sideways under braking here in towards the hairpin. And as quickly as you like to throw the hands up in protest, I mean, the rest of the field drive past at that point, and that's a very challenging situation for the drivers to be in now.
Yeah, I think things are starting to unravel now for Zvaric. He was the driver that was just heading out of that first hairpin very slowly. All off the road. There goes the 954, has made himself vulnerable to the drivers behind. That is, of course, not in the sharper end of your field. That is Freddie Walker, who has now just lost a couple of the positions that he had got himself. So, Fawkes out there in the lead with 1.4 seconds, as this is another position being gained for one of the drivers behind. Davidson still in the sharp end, but is now switched with Mason Hibbert. Mason Hibbert, 14 places gained already in P6, is looking at Paulson and Sammy ahead of him. Do you know what, Anthony? Don't count out Mason Hibbert.
No, indeed. He's just there chilling. He's saying, look at me now, as he gets his way through the field and doing a good job. And he's actually made now 15 places up. He's into the top 5. Fighting here in the background. This is down 10th, 11th and 12th for Hushka, Clough and Eddie as they battle their way through. As wheel to wheel there goes Austin Oman and Krona. They change positions as well. Gap at the front, Fawkes clear 1.4 seconds. It's very rare you see a gap like that stay and hold, Nicole, in a situation like this.
Yeah, Mini 60 racing, you know, you do see drivers sort of team up in duos and trios and then reel in singular drivers ahead of them. That could be the case within this race, but everybody is just giving each other sort of the elbow within this race. That's Austin Oman, who has just been shown one further down by Paulson, and Noah Krohn is in that fight as well. But Fawkes in the lead, so like we were saying, he's absolutely in his own air. He's got, half a length of the straight on towards the entrance of that first hairpin by himself, as Paulson is given a warning flag out there for some of those moments we just saw. 1.3 seconds is now the gap. I'm just trying to suss out how close Roots and Batch are. So, Batch has not actually got that hook right onto the back of James Roots, so they're not working directly together for the time being. It's sort of a lone battle, a lone sort of chase for James Roots right now to get to the back of Chester Fawkes.
It certainly is. It is down now to 1.2. So is closing in. There's a definite look at all that green at the top of that tire. Look at all the red at the bottom. There's been a real switch over of the actual final grid here. Not, I'm sure they'll be too happy about that one. There's a driver certainly making his feelings very well known. Alfie Davidson communicating with Austin Oman. That's for 6th place. I don't think that's what he was communicating, though, to do, Austin. And he takes that position away. Steps up now into 6th place. And crucially, they're losing touch of Hibbert. Now, Hibbert's in his own bother now. He's lost the toe. He's lost the bump draft from the drivers behind. He's all on his own. Yes, he's gained 15, but as it stands, I don't think he'll close up anymore. He'll have to bunch up with someone else again.
Yeah, he's completely in his own air out there. He's still chasing Ilias Sammy, and pace-wise between Sammy and Hibbert is that Hibbert is only around about a 10th and a half off in his own air, so he's not a million miles away, but he needs Sammy to try and do something to give him an advantage. That was aggression there again by Josh Hushka. That was a battle between him and Max Zvaric. Let's cast your mind back to Silverstone, a very wet, very windy Silverstone where Chester Fawkes was continuously in the fight. He was a contender out there, but fell short at the final moment. This weekend, however, didn't quite go his way. Yesterday, of course, we saw Bodie Batch take that final win. Today, though, it could be the story for Chester Fawkes. He could be about to see, a big trophy being rewarded to him at the end of the weekend, of course, under the eyes of Grandpa Jeff, who's always on the sidelines for Chester. He's now only 1.1 seconds clear, so he's maybe starting to get a bit nervous because Roots is closing in ever more, but still a great job as we head through and into the halfway stage of this race.
Yeah, we certainly do. This, though, looking ever feisty for the front runners here, and still gap to 1.1 seconds. Fawkes still in a comfortable spot here. The rest of the field, Hibbert, where is he right now? Is Hibbert still in his own air? Has he caught up to a group? No, There is Hibbert, still all on his own. No bump draft. This one here, though, will be the one that's breaking away from him. The Ilyas Sami and the Bodie Batch fight. This is for third place. And remember, Bodie Batch, the final winner yesterday. Would, I'm sure, like to be on that podium once again today towards hairpin number 1. Still no change. I've got to say, Nicole, I think we've been very, very lucky with that weather. I think it has literally just missed us.
Right then, James Roots. I think Anthony Jordan has hidden something in the locker going into this final, and now he's starting to reveal it. Has continuously been faster than Chester Fawkes over the past couple of laps, is shaving off tenths from Fawkes. Of course, Roots this weekend under the guidance of Lee Malotti out there didn't have the race he would have wanted yesterday. Now he's got one more opportunity and is starting to eat into the chunk that Chester Fawkes had driven away from, because it was over a second. Now it's being taken off sector by sector, only by a couple of hundredths, but it's now 9 tenths that splits up Fawkes from Roots. Still these battles go on in the background with Batch, Hibbert, Clough, Oman, Davidson and O'Crone. This is what you're watching on your screen. Is big stuff there from Max Varich.
Yeah, indeed. Trying to go down the inside there of Albert Paulson and utilising the fastest lap of the race he had on that last lap. So you can understand his need and want of trying to get past. And at this moment, holds on to that one now into 10th place. But here now, remainder of this race looming in. We are on lap 10 of 13. Gap down to 8 tenths of a second. Fawkes, Roots, Sami, very close indeed. Big hit of the curb there in the background, and not be too happy with that one, I'm sure, losing time in the background. But here, Charles Clough leading that 7th place group backwards, with the rest of the field still seemingly spread open. Right. James Roots is doing a brilliant job here, Nicole. He's dropped off the back of Ilyas Sami and Bodie Batch. They are a second behind. This there across the line. Fawkes pushing hard there, nearly running wide off the bridge.
Yeah, of course, lots of grip laying down off of the bridge now. That is one of the sections of the circuit that gets really, really rubbered in for these drivers. They've got to be careful not to hop on the karts after they exit off the Litchfield Bridge. So they're just trying to manage things because of course, we've had completely dry running through both Friday testing, yesterday's race formats, and today into all of our races as well. So track nice and gripped up and rub it in for these drivers so they can actually push really, really hard. That's why you just saw Chester Fawkes sort of run off the bridge and potentially make himself look like he made a mistake there. It wasn't an actual mistake, it's just the case that he's absolutely on the limit. He's still on the limit because he's still trying not to allow James Roots to get to his back bumper. It's now only 7 tenths that splits up Fawkes from Roots. This, however, is the battle for the last spot on side of your podium. We've got to Ilyas Sami and Bodie Batch. Bodie Batch has fell short at points so far today. Qualifying heats at points, didn't quite go the way for him, but yesterday he was your final winner. He's an under 10s. He's your highest up under 10 currently within your field. There's only 2 of those inside of your top 10. That is in the form of Bodie Batch and Max Varich. And he's now looking to take his second podium of the weekend. Is looking at best that it's going to be a P3. So 2 karts sort of battling right now. Batch now looks to go down the inside, takes the position away from Ilyas Sami. Sami, I don't think saw that one coming. Tried to close the door. They wheel bashed ever so slightly, traded a little bit of paint. But Bodie Batch looks at a podium now as we head into the final lap. But what we've got to focus on is Chester Fawkes. Chester Fawkes has led every lap of this race as soon as he got in control. He's been a stellar driver this weekend. He's got half a lap left to go into the first hairpin, looks over his shoulder, looks at James Roots. It's half a second, it's now 4 tenths that split up him and Roots. Roots looking at a P2 for now. Chester Fawkes, nerves in the belly for him. A driver who's been sensational so far this weekend. He has been a warrior. He's battled with everything out there. Yesterday, he battled with Alfie Davidson. Today, it's been the story between him and James Roots. But he looks steady. He looks comfortable. It's now 3 tenths of a second as they tick off Bobby Game for the the final time, as that is the battle again between Ilias Sami and Bodie Batch, as Sami has taken it away and has invited in Mason Hibbett. But there is the driver of Chester Forks, who will see the checkered flag, and under the guidance of Danny Curl and the eyes, of course, of Grandpa Jeff and his whole entire family, takes a final win in Mini 60. Chester Forks, congratulations, you are a winner in the Champions of the Future Academy Programme UK Series on the second day here at Paul Fletcher International. As Dan Ashton watches on at the rest of the field take to the checkered, you can just see the delight for Chester Forks, who takes the win. An incredible, incredible race for Chester. Congratulations, you have done it, and you've done it ahead of James Roots and Ilias Sami, who round out your top 3, an all-British lockout for your top 5. Actually, in fact, make it your top 6. Batch P4 with Mason Hibbett on an incredible charge up your field to make it a P5 with a 15 place gain despite all of those moments today where he fell short. Charles Clough is P6 ahead of Noah Crone P7. Max Varic, despite starting quite high up, finishes in P8 as the second highest of your mini under 10s, with Austin Oman and Albert Pawson being the last drivers inside of your top 10. Joss Hushka has dropped 3 positions to finish on P11, but we've got to give it to Joss Hushka. Very limited track time for him in 2026, and he's done some incredible stuff so far this weekend. Alfie Davidson P12 with Yusuf Adi P13, and we'll watch some of your highlights. So, into the tram lines these drivers went. Of course, we had a couple of formation laps to go for these drivers, and instantly, we saw Chester Forks just take to that first corner, take to Bruno Ferrari and really control things. Max Varic did initially try and give it a go, but Chester said, I know this circuit, I know how to work it, and took it back. Big battles went on into the first hairpin for the drivers behind, which included James Roots being the leader of. This was unfortunately the moment we lost J.M. Prakash. Prakash was the only driver in your 20 kart field that had a DNF for the final Mini 60 race of the day. Zvaric at the first hairpin was of course given a bit of an elbow there, did manage to however climb up his order. Speaking of climbers, Mason Hibbett, time and time again, picked off positions. Alfie Davidson momentarily got shuffled back into the patch, but did actually manage to pick things up and finish things off in a relatively strong point. 6th place is lost for him overall, but still, virtual championship-wise, looks strong in a P2. Side by side went drivers like Austin Oman, Mason Hibbett and Davidson, as big sends down the inside and big aggression out there for the likes of Joss Hushka and Zvaric. This was the change between Ilias Sami and Bodie Batch that saw Sami get back into that P2 spot, and this is when we saw Max Varic get back into life. Out of that second hairpin, these drivers absolutely lined astern, wheel to wheel, as Bodie Batch did give it a go and got past Sami on the entrance towards Mike Wilson. But of course, the story, the stunning drive from Chester Forks would lead him into that checkered flag and make him a final winner on the second day here at the Champions of the Future Academy programme. What a way to round out your Mini 60 final. And virtual championship wise, that now sets up Chester Forks to be the leader with 232 points in total. Davidson this weekend has dropped down in your points order, but he's still on a P2 spot, with Charles Clough rounding out your top 3. Hibbett, Roots and Bodie Batch have not moved virtual championship wise, but Ilias Sami is now in there with a current P7, as Paulson, Austin Oman and Noah Crone, for the time being, round out your top 10 before we head, of course, further north up to Scotland for your third round of the series. Of course, a fast circuit, a bumpy circuit for our drivers, a circuit that is completely different to Paul Fletcher International and will absolutely test the 20 minis, or actually more minis, going into that for your third round. Of course, entries are open for that. These drivers are hunting down for some huge championship prizes, which of course, at the end of this series, for the winner, we'll look at a Macau entry for early 2027. Anthony Jordan then is down in Parc Fermé with, I'm sure, an incredibly happy Chester Forks.
Well, thank you very much, Nicole. Yes, indeed, down here in Parc Fermé, what a little race that was. And, of course, Chester Fawkes still with a good result on that one with that P1 win. 0.3 of a second clear from the rest of the field. Now, he's not come through just yet. Where is the 803 at the moment? I think he's a little further in there, which is, yes, we'll have to wait just a little bit longer, unfortunately, as they go through. While we wait, we could possibly chat to one or two more drivers in this one. Let's see, have we got the 988 come through? Yes, we have. We've got Bodie Batch. Bodie, quick word with you just while we wait for a race winner to come through. Winner of the under-10s on that one. Great result still. You're still on the top step of that podium, but how are you feeling after that?
It was a good race. I think the first lap was insane. I made, I don't know how many positions, maybe 7. So it was a really good first lap, and I just knew that I could win the race from there, but I couldn't today. But yeah, it was a good race.
Were you worried about the rain at all?
No.
No, you were confident that you were going to be dry for the rest of it. Well, it was dry in the end, but still a great result, and we'll see you on that podium. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Bodie Batch there as well. More drivers just coming through. There is the 801 machine just coming through now as well. Very close to the end at the very end of that one, but all the drivers still delivering good runs. Austin O'Man coming through. Where is our race winner? Is he all the way? Oh, he's on the other end. We might have to wait some time here, Nicole, to chat to our race winner. In fact, I wonder if I'll just sneak through. I know he's not gone through the weighbridge yet, but he's so far back that I've got him here, and I don't know if the microphone can still hear me. I don't know. Bring my cameraman over. Right, we'll get you through now. Well, Chester, you've not gone through the weighbridge yet, but how are you feeling after that result?
Yeah, I feel great. It's always good when you win. Like, it feels good. I led the whole race from start to finish, so yeah.
Yeah, and of course points now. You've put yourself some really good points as well. You lead the championship heading to Lark Hall.
Yeah, it's always good leading the championship. Gives you more confidence, so yeah.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Well done. We'll let you get weighed on the bridge, and we'll see you on that podium. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Well, there you have it, Mini 60. Job well done. Plenty of action to come, though. Seniors coming up next, which we'll see. Hopefully the continuous domination from Harrison Whittaker. We'll have to wait and see. That is coming up next. Nicole Sutherland, let's head back over to you to find out who is starting where.
Well then, thank you very much, Anthony Jordan. I can absolutely take you through that. So, OKN Senior will be your third and final for today, and of course for the weekend at Paul Fletcher International for your second event in the Champions of the Future Academy Series UK Series. We've got Harrison Whittaker and of course Eva Morris on that front row. Harrison Whittaker since Silverstone has been absolutely unstoppable. Silverstone absolutely brought a broom, or should we say maybe a mop, because it was an incredibly wet race over in the Midlands. So Whittaker then will be the main story going into this final. But before we see those drivers and before we take a grid walk, we're going to take a very short break. Well then, we are back and we are ready for our last final of the Paul Fletcher International event for the Champions of the Future Academy Programme UK Series. OKN Seniors now take to the grid. 7 drivers in total will go to battle for this one, with, of course, Harrison Whittaker being the main driver, the main story to try and beat. He will be starting this race alongside Eva Morris, the driver from the southwest of England, who's had plenty of experience in racing career to date, but is a newer driver into the senior category and is almost brand new into the world of OKN Senior Racing, which, of course, for this series sees these drivers sat on none other than the Kart Republic machinery with IAME engines bolted to the side of them. Big battles have gone on for your drivers in the field so far this weekend, but nobody has managed to battle it out with Harrison Whitcomb, not just this weekend, but for this year so far. He, of course, as always, will be with Liam, his mechanic, going into this one as he tries to snatch away another podium from the rest of the field. So Whitcomb, of course, took 2 out of 2 final wins out at Silverstone, took the final win yesterday, and now will be looking to go for the double once more. Whitcomb then has not been stopped at all so far this weekend, and Anthony Jordan is down there on the grid, and I'm sure he'll be able to give us some more insights.
I haven't got the answer to really anything, Nicole. I don't know what I'm doing most of the time, but I can tell you one thing. I can go and chat to as many drivers as I possibly can. And we'll start with the man who is starting on pole position. Honestly, I'm getting a bit bored of talking to you on point P1, mate. Mate, this is fantastic, isn't it? You're on the front of the grid again. This is what it's all about. One more race to go here at PF. Are you ready?
Yeah, definitely ready for it. It's going to be a good race.
Rain. We just missed that first one.
Yep.
That second one doesn't look too great, does it?
I mean, I would like a bit of rainfall, because I don't know if you remember at Silverstone we ended up winning at slicks in the wet by like 20 seconds, so it would be a good race.
It will be a good race. I see Liam had the wet tyres on the kart, so did you think that it was going to rain?
I think there was a possibility. My weather app said that it might be raining, so I couldn't take the chance.
Yeah, indeed. Better safe than sorry, wasn't it? But like you say, still, looking forward to the fight, looking forward to seeing what you can do, and very best of luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there. Harrison Whitcomb on the front row of the grid. Eva Morris on this side. Hello, Eva. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. You?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you for asking. Not many drivers ask how I am. Eva, Harrison's been driving away. What are you going to do about that?
Overtake at the start.
Yeah, full send.
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. That's what we like. But how's it feeling here at PF? The track's very fast. The kart's working well for you?
Yeah, good. I've always loved this track. It's one of my favourite tracks in the UK. I know it quite well.
Yeah. Lark Hall, though, that's the next one. What do you think to that one?
Interesting track. Not been there very many times.
Yeah, it's a challenging one. But obviously with the fight here, you've got Harrison, drivers behind as well. Also going to be a tricky one?
Yeah, definitely. It'll be a big fight. We're all close on time, so yeah.
Well, best of luck. 3 minute board is out. Best of luck there to Eva Morris. So very quickly as well. All right, Benjamin, yeah, all good? Yeah, good man. Part-time model, that man. No, full-time model, part-time racer. There we go. Lizzie Mentier here. Lizzie, on that second row of the grid. A lot of work to be done here. You're very quick. You're rapid in these races. Can you push forward and grab the hold of these guys here?
Hopefully I'm looking to give Harrison a bit more of a challenge this race. Hopefully I can be on his bumper by the end of it. So hopefully, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a close fight, isn't it, as well? You got William Atchis behind you. Has he been a pain, or has he been quite good competition?
Quite good competition, I'd say. Not really had much time around him apart from yesterday, but yeah.
Excellent. Well, a lot of work to be done, and hopefully that cloud stays away for the time being.
Yeah, hopefully.
You've got the slick tyres on. There it is. Well, racing is upon us. Rain possibly on the way. Well, there's still birds in the sky. There we go. You can film that. Right, plenty of action is going. Let's head back up to the box because, Nicole, one more race to go.
One more race to go indeed. Then, Anthony, you're absolutely correct. If you've just tuned in, then you have tuned in to the Champions of the Future Academy Programme UK Series, the second event on our calendar here at the Paul Fletcher International Circuit, which sits just outside the historic market town of Grantham. A circuit with huge history. Then it's hosted the FIA World Karting Championships numerous times. The last time to, of course, have been in 2024, where we crowned British champions like Ethan Jeff Hall here. A circuit that is 1,382 metres in length and opened its gates in 1994 and has since, just been a stunning setting for drivers and from champions who have joined us from all over the world. But within this race, of course, we've got British drivers at the front, as well as the South African of Emma Rose Dowling in the mix as well. So this gives us an opportunity then to go into this final. 7 drivers in total who will all try and test Harrison Whitcomb, the driver of Wales. Eva Morris, the driver from the southwest of England, will give it a good go, with Lizzie Mentier and Benjamin Baker being on that second row of things. We've then got William Antrobus and Emma Rose Dowling with Milo Manderson as the last spot on side of your grid. A small grid for our seniors, but a high standard grid, who of course are all standing in these spots, hunting down for some incredible championship prizes at the end of things, of course. Freshly announced from the Champions of the Future Academy programme, you know, your winners at the end of this year, your championship winners, will be given a factory drive in the World Championships with one of the big supporting teams. What an opportunity for our drivers, as well as Formula 4 Argenti drives also being, tests being on the line as well. But here we go, OKN Senior, last final of the weekend, and we'll take you through your full grid of things. Harrison Whitcomb, the name to beat, not just at Silverstone, but here at PFI, pole position. Eva Morris is the first driver who will be looking at him. She'll be starting alongside on P2, with that second row being Lizzie Mentier, the driver that was previously part of the Alpine Race Her programme, alongside Benjamin Baker. Third row of things will be Ginetta, driver of William Antrobus, who has jumped back into the karting for the first time in 6 months. He'll be alongside Emma Rose Dowling, one of the young Toyota Gazoo back drivers from South African series, with your fourth and final row seeing Milo Manderson, the driver who typically races in KZ2 but has thought, you know what, I'm going to give some OKN racing a test this weekend, and has had some good moments so far. But last moments for these drivers, 2 formation laps in total, under none other than the watchful eye of that man there, Dan Ashton, who has started every single race this weekend as your race director. We're watching on then, last final of the day. Good stuff anticipated, I'd say. Anthony Jordan, you join me back into the commentary box. Feeling down there on the grid, what was it like?
Yeah, pretty chipper, I would say. Everyone eager to try and catch that man there, Harrison Whitcomb, who just seems to get away.
The only person, or the only thing that has tried to put him off today was a bird that
cracking shot as well. Cracking shot. That was, I will, like to find that bird and give it a handshake and say, well done, that bird, for precision
it was good,
aiming.
But it wasn't good enough, because he wasn't put off and he still led the race and won it.
Even the local wildlife are saying, come on, give him a chance. Right then. Here we go into this race. I will say, if Harrison Whitcomb wins this final with the fastest lap, I don't want to say it because there's still 2 rounds to go, but unofficially, I think he's got it in the bag.
You know, we can't be saying that just yet.
No.
We've got to see how Lark all unfolds.
Of course. Right, yes, thank you. Sorry, Nicole. Right, here we go then into the tram lines. Last race of the weekend, last race of the day. It's lights out, fights on in the seniors. Will we see Eva Morris absolutely fight for it? Well, no, it might be Lizzie Mentier on this one, because she is there in second place. Is she going to look down the inside into the banking? The answer is no, but she is latched on to that rear bumper as they enter onto the Litchfield Bridge for the first time. Down the hill, it is Whitcomb who leads the way. Big check over the shoulder. Here's Eva Morris. She goes defensive from Benjamin Baker, who now switches to the outside line here, the classic up and under. But he's not got the kart on the inside line. He switches back to right behind, and now is under the pressure from William Antrobus, and points and immediately says to go forward. We're a bit sideways and askew, but we're all good out of the Fullerton S's, as it's still Whitcomb who leads the way under the closer watch of Lizzie Mentier.
2-kart breakaway, but actually Lizzie Mentier is not too far away from Whitcomb after this first lap. Into the final corner, these drivers will go. Dizzyingly quick speeds out of theirs. Mentier does look racy now. She is there. Are we going to, for the first time this weekend, have someone take a look? Lizzie Mentier right there. Big lick of the curb on the entrance towards the bowl, in towards the Litchfield Bridge and back off of it. Lots of grip for these drivers. Mentier on the limit. First hairpin could potentially be an overtaking opportunity. She's got a bit of a toe, but thinks against it, thinks and settles for the time being. Do you know what? She's right here, Anthony. First couple of laps, of course, tyres are cold. It takes the LeCont tyres a couple more laps to get bedded in and to get up to temperature. But Mentier, you know, she's right there in the fight with Harrison Whitcomb. It's only 2/10 that splits up those two.
Yeah, indeed. Still on this fight here. Emma Dowling on the rear bumper of William Antrobus as they push their way forward. Not able to get the nose down the inside just yet. Both of these drivers struggling in that final yesterday. As there is Nigel Edwards. Perfect product placement there for Nigel Edwards as he makes his way to watch the drivers through the hairpin.
Do you know what?
Not backing down, is she? Lizzie Mentier is keeping up here with Harrison Whittingham, and it was at this point of the race yesterday where it was started to be a little bit troublesome. What she's got to do is she's got to get the move done, and she's got to back him up into the drivers behind. That is the only way that this fight will go to the end. And immediately Whittingham now starting to feel the pressure here at PFI.
Here we go then. She's just closed up massively out of that second hairpin. Absolutely on the limit is Mentier. She's gone fastest on that previous lap. She's got the legs to try and do it. In towards that final sector these drivers will go. Really careful on the kart throughout here. They don't want to slide on the exit down towards that final corner because it's going to kill the speed, it's going to kill the rev, and then you're going to have absolutely no pace going on to the start-finish straight. Mentier still in the mix of things, 0.2 of a second splits up her and Harrison Whitcomb, the driver so far this year who's gone 3 for 3, a hat-trick of wins for these finals. A driver that's been bringing a broom to every single race and has been sweeping up, but maybe not for too much longer. Down towards the first hairpin. Whitcomb maybe starting to look nervous here. She's on the back bumper. Hairpin number 1, the opportunity does not exist. Come on, Lizzie, give it a go in towards that second hairpin, but she does it! She's done it! For the first time this weekend, Whitcomb's been challenged. We've seen it. It's happened.
No bias commentary.
No,
in the
it's not.
No, I'm joking.
Harrison and Donna, they know it's not biased. You know, Harrison's mum, Donna, she'll know. It's not biased. We
She's
just want
probably
to see a
said,
challenge.
Finally, someone's going to teach him a
Harrison's
lesson.
probably thought, yeah, I've got Chase now. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. This is what it's all about, and you can tell from the body language she is going at 110% right now in that 204 machine. Will we see a new final winner here? Well, it's a long old way to go to find that out. Here, though, Benjamin Baker in third place still has Emma Dowling for company. Dowling now the fastest driver out there. Pressure's coming in for the field here. I'm noting tape on radiators here now, Nicole. A lot of tape on Lizzie Mentier's radiator. Whitcomb with only 2 strands. Then you look at Benjamin Baker. He's only got 1 strand. Then you look at Emma Dowling. She's got quite a few on there as well. Now, that means that they're warming up the engine on Emma Dowling and on Lizzie Mentier's karts quite early on. But then when it gets to the latter stage of the race, when it comes to keeping the engine cooler when it needs to be, is that going to put them on the down foot near the end of the race?
Well, big send down the inside this
All
time,
right
attempted
now.
by Emma Rose Dowling, and she gets the move done on Benjamin Baker. If you're new to the world of karting, if you're new to the world of OKN senior racing, of course, tape on the radio means that they're blocking off some of those gaps in the radiator to try and get it to that more optimal running temperature. That's why you're seeing that for these drivers, and now you're seeing a move between Benjamin Baker and Eva Morris, who now gets herself into P4. So out there in the front, Mentier and Whitcomb, P1 and P2, as we've then got Emma Rose Dowling P3, Eva Morris P4, Baker, Antrobus and Manderson then rounding out your field for now. So back to the Mentier-Whitcomb fights, 3/10 that now splits up those 2 drivers. Whitcomb, I would say, is enjoying this as well, is enjoying the chase, you know, proving as well he can chase as well as lead, because in karting, you know, they're 2 very different things, and drivers actually thrive in different environments. You know, some drivers are much better in a chase. They're better at having somebody in front of them where they can really gauge, you know, where to go in later and harder into the races. As now he picks things back up and he goes fastest with a 55.735. We're actually not too far away from our qualifying pace we saw earlier on this weekend. So he's still absolutely in contention to go 4 out of 4. But of course, you know, some drivers are better in their own air, and they're better when they've got nobody to think about. some drivers are better in the chase, and for the time being we're seeing that Whitcomb can perform in either situations. You know, he can perform by himself with nobody to look at, and he can perform looking right to the back bumper of somebody.
I, myself, when I race, I always prefer to be the chaser. I never like to be at the front. It was always like oh my goodness, where are they? Oh my, panic stations nearly every lap. But when you're chasing someone, you just feel so much calmer, I feel. You know, if you're in control and you've got that, you're just like, right, okay, brake here, turn here, there, a little bit slower there, maybe I look to the inside here, and, you know, it's one of those. You can read the road a lot better. Ava Morris, fastest driver now, 55.5. Here's Whittingham to the inside. Mentier back to second, but she's not going to drop off the back. Whittingham goes defensive. Mentier on the outside, she's going to get the switch over. Are they going side by side? No. Emma Dowling now will be seeing that and thinking, right, my chance to close in is now for Lizzie Mentier. The fight to not lose now to get Whittingham to break away. This is that risky moment. This is what I'm telling you. The engine warmed up quickly right at the start of that race. Now as it got to the temperature, and now it's going a bit too warm.
Wide.
But Whittingham very wide there. That will help out Mentier, and you know, that will make her feel like he's struggling there. Maybe we can attack even more.
Well, he's back into the lead. He's technically in his own clean air, but he's not, you know, away from some pressure. He's not away from the threat of Mentier, who now goes side by side off of the Litchfield Bridge. Now the battle is on. Lizzie Mentier down towards that first hairpin, takes away the race lead once more, says to Emma Rose Dowling, come on, get involved as well, as now straight onto the defence. Mentier goes, she parks the bus on the white line. Now they look to go side by side again. She covers it down towards that second sector, but Harrison Whitcomb back down the inside, takes away the race lead, and this is getting very, very tasty. Right,
now Emma Dowling and Ava Morris here have got a really big decision to make. If they immediately attack Lizzie Mentier, yes, okay, you get up to P2, but you release Whittingham. You've got to allow Mentier to re-attack. You've got to put Whittingham down to second if you want to try and keep that fight up. And yet they all communicate together. They all say, think, if you overtake me for P2, we lose him. Oh, Ava Morris is going to do it, though, on Emma Dowling. Doesn't quite get it. She stays in P4. The fight certainly is on here between these drivers. Baker just behind. Antrobus still there as well. Whittingham's defensive. Here's the up and under, but she's been forced to the outside line now into hairpin number 2. She closes that door again. Backs the pack up once more. Whittingham, Mentier, Dowling, Morris, Baker, Antrobus and Manderson. They are all still in this fight. But Ava Morris gets the move done on Dowling, and the battle that they had closed right in opens up. But crucially, Mentier still with Whittingham. They could potentially close the gap back again.
I think what you're seeing throughout this race as well is just the natural progression of the drivers who are newer into this field now, getting used to the tyre, getting used to the karts, and the way that the kart performs around this circuit as well. Of course, Harrison Whitcomb, 2024, he was at this track in this machinery for the OKN World Cup. He knows it well, he knows how to drive it. Now you're just seeing, I think, more of the other drivers around starting to light things up and starting to get into the rhythm. So Mentier's dropped off ever so slightly off of the Litchfield Bridge. It's still just under 3/10 that splits up her and Whitcomb. But, you know, this is the first time within a race so far this year that Whitcomb has not been handed it. He's actually been given quite a big challenge out there.
Is that cameraman slowly falling over as we get further into this race? I swear that angle's getting worse and worse as it goes on. Right then. But no, you bang on. This is still a very close fight. Now, Mentier's just dropped back a little bit here now. Whittingham seems to have dialed it in a little bit more here. The gap still closes in. It's still less than 3/10. But there you can see that Eva Morris starting to close in back to the original position that she started this final in.
Mentier then within this race has absolutely been the chaser. She's doing just that in towards hairpin when she's still in this racy distance to try and give it a go. 2/10, you know, in the form of karting is absolutely nothing. She could close that in a corner if Harrison gets it ever so slightly wrong. Out of that second hairpin, the drivers will go again, as that's William Antrobus, the driver that is down in P6 for now. Right. It's still on here, Anthony. You know, I was thinking, you know, is this a stage that Harrison Whitcomb bolts off? No, it's not. Lizzie Mentier is absolutely hooked onto that back bumper out of Mike Wilson and in towards the final corner they will go. Plenty of speed gained for these drivers. Wide again, slightly for Harrison Whitcomb, all over that exit curb. Down towards the Bruno Ferrari S's 2/10 now split up Whitcomb and Mentier. Mentier shaved off half a tenth over the course of that final sector. Fight still on, ladies and gentlemen.
Certainly is. Down the hill. Oh, Ava Morris, fastest driver out there, closing in on these two. No changes there. Good exit, though, for Whitcomb out of hairpin 1 that time around. That gap just opened up even more, just that little bit. But again, Mentier holding on to play. Oh, no, I think he stood up a bit more now. This one here in towards that final sector. Very close indeed, but again, it just looks like it's ping-ponging now in around the 2.5 to 3/10 gap between the two of them through the final corner. Back on the start-finish straight. What's the gap now? It was 0.296. Oh, it's 0.187 now. She's re-attacking. Lizzie Mentier once more on the charge here to try and take the lead away from Harrison Whittingham. He will fight this to the bitter end. He's not lost a race this season so far from the 4 races, or the 4 point scoring opportunities that he had in Silverstone, maximum points. He's had 3 of 4 point scoring opportunities here in PFI. He scored max there, but right now, seemingly, the pressure is building for both Whittingham, for both Mentier. I would say for Morris and Dowling as well, just behind, they're close to this fight as well. Baker, Antrobus and Manderson are all sticking together as well. They're just a little further back into this one. But it's definitely the fight between these top 4 here as they head over the start-finish straight again. Are we seeing this fight close in, or is it opening up just that little bit more? Is Eva Morris going to attack Lizzie Mentier before Mentier re-attacks Harrison Whittingham?
Yeah, I think we're looking more likely now for a battle for P2 rather than a battle for the race lead, because Morris continuously goes faster and faster with a 55.391. That is
that's qualifying
quick pace. That is pace, quali-wise. I want to look at maybe is that potentially faster than what we saw from our qualifying earlier on today. Time quali, our second of which throughout this weekend, we had Harrison Whitcomb with a 55.332. So, we're not a million miles away at all. It's only around about half a tenth. Morris, that's almost the lap record. That's
a sneeze over the line, that's nothing at all. But Whittingham now has just found that consistency in this last few moments, and the gap now is open to 0.5 of a second. Here is Eva Morris fighting back for P2. She's going to go for it, waste no time, and says, I will squeeze through. And she's up into second place now here. Whittingham's been released. The gap up to 0.6 of a second. But Eva Morris, Lizzie Mentier, Emma Dowling fighting for the last remaining spots on the podium, with the rain cloud looming down the inside. Emma Dowling squeezes, and Mentier goes wide and falls out of the podium positions after an incredible duel for the majority of this final. Mentier now has to dig deep for the last remaining laps.
Penultimate lap of our race will be entered for these drivers. Longest race distance that we have had so far, of course, 17 laps in total, 23 kilometres of race distance. Final lap we are now on. Harrison Whittingham has ticked off every single corner as a driver who has been a warrior this weekend. He has been a driver to put in some stunning races, and in this one, despite being tested by the best that Lizzie Mentier could pull out of the kit bag, he looks to do it again. He looks to make it 4 out of 4 final wins. It was a hat-trick going into today. Now 4 wins potentially. Harrison Whittingham, only half a lap left to go.
Indeed, this has been the best final I think he's enjoyed this season. The dominance has been exemplary. It does continue, but this time, with quite the fight on his hands, Harrison Whittingham rounds the final turn and claims once more a final win in 2026. This time, it feels worth it across the line. Morris will take second, from Dowling in third, but a close fight nonetheless. And he'll check over the shoulder to see who was there. He will not see Mentier, who was fighting with. It will be Morris, it will be Dowling. Mentier down to 4th. But I can imagine the words that are being said underneath that helmet was, whew, that was close. Whittingham takes the win. Morris 2nd, Dowling 3rd, Mentier 4th, Benjamin Baker P5, William Antrobus and Milo Manderson, who rounds out the top 7 in that race. Rounds out the racing here in PFI. Rounds out round 2, the Champions of the Future Academy Programme UK Series, which now heads to Lark Hall with Harrison Whittingham with 303 championship points. He misses out on the fastest lap point in this one as well. That does go to Eva Morris, but Mentier 2nd in the points, 222. Here's the highlights then. Great start for Whittingham. Good start for Mentier as well. Continued that fight to close in to Harrison Whittingham, who was breaking away at the front. Benjamin Baker briefly up to 3rd as well, and the same for Antrobus. He would get up into 4th place. They would continue that fight on. The first change for the lead that I think we've seen this season. That was Lizzie Mentier down the inside of Harrison Whittingham. That fight would go on for a fair few laps, but then the change would happen at hairpin 1. The fight wouldn't end there. That fight would continue. It would bring in Emma Dowling. It would bring in Eva Morris into that fight. It would also bring in the likes of the rest of the field as well. Benjamin Baker, William Antrobus, Milo Manderson. They would all close in to all have a go in that final. But it would stay the way of Whittingham for the remainder of it. It would then fall down to Eva Morris to attack for 2nd place, and then later Dowling to attack for 3rd place. But Lizzie Mentier, a strong and competitive start to that final, to just fall off that podium spot, but not to be disheartened as Whittingham claims another final win. Well, there it is. The drivers make their way back into Parc Ferme, and yeah, that was a bit more of a race on your hands this time around, says Harrison Whittingham. The job is done. The rain held off, and for the finals here, they remain dry as the clouds do loom in ever closer. It means our podiums might be a little bit slippery. But we'll have to wait for those, because those will be out in around half an hour's time at about 5 o'clock. But let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, your last driver interview with none other than Harrison Whittingham. Harrison, bit touch and go for some points of the races. We wanted to see you get tested, but you handled the test. You've just taken the 4th final win of the year.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to have someone competing against me. I would like to say that I did that on purpose, but it definitely wasn't. They caught up, and there was a good hack.
And of course, you know, you actually said earlier on that you expected everybody to start getting more pace and getting closer to you. You were correct in that. And, you know, throughout that race, maybe a bit of panic for you as a driver with your level of experience. How do you manage the anxiety and some of the nerves?
I mean, you just got to think like it's a test session. I don't really think of it as a final. I just think if it happens, it happens. The worst that happened, I was going to finish 7th. So, yeah, just it's hard to lead, but you just got to keep focused and not make any mistakes.
And of course, next up, we go to Larkhall. We go even further north up to Scotland. You have experience at Larkhall. Very, very different type of circuit, of course. You'll go to that as championship leader, but thoughts for Scotland?
Yeah, obviously I'd like to continue this winning streak, but it's going to be difficult to do with Erin finally finding some pace. But I'd say if anybody wants to join the championship, I definitely would. For Larkhall, it's a really good championship, and I recommend it very much. Well,
Harrison, great to hear from you. And for the 4th time, we'll see you on that top spot. That's Harrison Whittingham, ladies and gentlemen. So that is it for your 2nd event in the Champions of the Future Academy Programme UK Series. I'm Nicole Sutherland. I've just been down here in Parc Ferme, and for the final time today, we'll go back up to Anthony Jordan in the commentary box.
Thanks, Nicole. Yes, I'm Anthony Jordan. I've just been in here in the commentary box as well as that rain. Oh, look at that. It just looms ever closer, doesn't it? Right then, podiums will be the next thing you see on this broadcast. It'll be in around half an hour's time at 5 o'clock, so make sure you do stick around for that one. And of course, at the end of that, we'll then be heading to the fabulous Kart Circuit for the third round of the Academy Programme UK Series. And as Harrison Whittingham just said, those entries still open, and the Kart Circuit's certainly a favourite among many drivers. But from myself, Andy Jordan, Nicole Sutherland, we will see you in a few moments on those podiums. Don't go anywhere. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We are now ready to start the podium presentations here for round 2 of the Champions of the Future Academy Programme UK Series here at the Paul Fletcher International Circuit. As always, we will start with the Mini 60 categories, and starting with the Mini 60 under 10s. Please welcome, firstly, finishing in 3rd position in class, 12th overall after gaining 1 race position. Please give it up for Oliver Woodall. Please now welcome onto the podium, finishing 2nd in class, 7th overall. Please welcome Max Zaric. And finally, your class winner in Mini 60 under 10 for round 2 on Sunday. Give it up for Bodie Batch. Excellent stuff for Bodie. Another fantastic final. 7 places gained in the very end. We'd now like to welcome Nigel Edwards from TVKC to present the winners' medals. And firstly, heading to 3rd position, Oliver Woodall. Big congratulations to Oliver there. The second place medal heading to Max Zaric. And finally, the winner's medal heading once again to Bodie Batch. Well, big congratulations to Bodie there. Nigel, if you want to join them for a quick photo op as well. Nice big smiles for all of our members of the media, and then we will get you all up on that top step of the podium as well, so we'll jump in nice and close. There we go. So Max, if you want to jump up, Oliver, if you want to jump up, Nigel, join as well. Good stuff there at the end here of round 2, of course, where the field will head to Lark Hall in Scotland for round 3. Very different circuit to the first 2 we've had so far this season. Ladies and gentlemen, one big final round of applause for Mini 60 under 10s. We will now turn our attention over to the main Mini 60 category now, and finishing in 3rd position, gaining 2 places over the course of the 13-lap final and finishing 3.8 seconds off the race leader at the end in his first podium in the Academy Programme UK Series in 2026. Give it up for Ilyas Sami! In 2nd position, also looking at his first podium for the 26th season in the Academy Programme, also gaining 2 places. Please give it up for James Roots. And finally, your race winner here at PF International for round 2 of the Champions of the Future Academy Programme UK Series in Mini 60. Give it up for Chester Fawkes. A great job for Chester. Lights to flag there, pole to P1. We will now listen to the national anthem of Great Britain. Big round of applause for your finalists in Mini 60. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium the technical manager of Motorsport UK, Joe Hickerton, to present the winners' trophies. And firstly heading to 3rd place, Ilyas Sami. The 2nd place trophy heading to James Roots. And the first P1 trophy for him this year. Give it up for Chester Fawkes. Well, Joe, if you'd like to join them for a quick photo op, nice big smiles for the photographers and drivers. If we get those trophies nice and high up in the air for me, please. Nice big smiles there in the sunshine that does bless us for the podium here at PF International. And then we'd like to get you all on that top step of the podium as well. So we'll jump in nice and close. Joe, yet you join in as well. Fabulous end to the racing. And as mentioned, round 3 heads to the fabled Lark Hall Circuit in Scotland. Certainly looking forward to what an adventure that will be for the Mini 60 class. Ladies and gentlemen, final round of applause for Mini 60. Excellent stuff there for our drivers. We will turn our gaze upon the juniors now for their second final of the weekend. A slight change of order, but still a strong result at the very end. Starting with third position after gaining 3 places in the final and finishing just 0.7 of a second off the race leader at the very end in his second podium of the 26 campaign. Give it up for Colby Patterson. Great work for Colby in that one. A strong result after 15 laps. Please now welcome, finishing in second position. Started the final on pole, but still comes away with a strong result, just 0.1 of a second off the race leader. Give it up for Freddie Wood. A great result for Freddie. First podium of the 2026 season in the juniors, in his first appearance in the academy program as well here at PFI. And finally, in his first appearance in the academy program here in the UK series, please welcome, after gaining 4 places, representing France, it's Manny Nuvolini. Well, a great drive for all 3 drivers. We will now listen to the national anthem of France. For your finalists in the OKN Junior category. We'd now like to welcome once again Nigel Edwards from Trent Valley Kart Club to present the winners' trophies. And firstly, heading to third position, Colby Patterson. The second place trophy heading to Freddie Wood. And the winner's trophy heading to Manny Nuvolini. Well, excellent stuff there, Nigel. Join them for the trophies. And drivers, if you could lift those trophies high above your head for me, please. Nice big smiles for all of the photographers out there after a very busy weekend of racing. As, like we said, we all head to Lark Hall for round 3. And then finally, if we could all jump on the top step of the podium as well. So Colby and Freddie, if you want to join Manny up there. And once more, nice big smiles at the end of a very busy day where we just avoided the rain. For the final time this weekend, one final round of applause for OKN Junior. Well, a superb end to the racing for the juniors, and we will see many of them out, of course, for round 3 in Lark Hall. We will now head over to the senior category, the last podium of the weekend. Please welcome, finishing in third position, gaining 3 places in her first podium of the season, representing South Africa. Please give it up for Emma Dowling. A fantastic end at the very end, finishing just 1.1 seconds off the race leader. Finishing in second position, also with her first podium of the 26 campaign in the UK series. Please give it up for the 202 machine of Eva Morris. Once again, very strong drive for Eva, finishing just 0.4 of a second off the race leader. And going to our race leader for this final. Again, a little bit of work on his hands this time around, but in his 4th podium final win. Please give it up for Great Britain's Harrison Whittingham. A great end of 17 laps. Harrison heads to Larkhall with 303 championship points. We will now listen to the national anthem of Great Britain. A big round of applause for your finalists in the OKN senior category. We'd now like to welcome the head of karting for Motorsport UK, Dan Parker, to present the winners' trophies. And firstly, heading to 3rd position, Emma Dowling. The 2nd place trophy heading to Eva Morris. He's going to need a bigger cabinet now. His 4th trophy of the season, the winner's trophy heading to Harrison Whittingham. Well, a superb end, Dan. If you want to join them there for a photo, drivers, lift those trophies high up in the air for me, please. Nice big smiles at the end of the racing here at PF International, as once again, the seniors also heading to Larkhall for round 3 very, very soon. And now if we'd like to get you all on the top step of the podium, so Eva and Emma, if you want to join Harrison up there. Dan, if you want to jump up as well, don't be shy. There we go. Nice big smiles for all of the photographers at the end of a very busy weekend. Well, like we say, a great round here at PF International, always providing close racing and once again delivering in the seniors. Once again, one big final round of applause for OKN Senior. Well, there we have it. Racing done and dusted here at PF International, with the series now heading into its 3rd and penultimate round at the Larkhall Circuit in Scotland. We're certainly looking forward to it. For myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland, we will see you in Scotland.